First off, my name is Greg Apodaca, and I really want to welcome you to our second Green Economy Conference, where we'll be talking about some game changers in the climate emergency. Raise your hand if you're passionate about the environment, as I am. Whoa. Everybody? Everybody. Okay, good deal. So that's why you're here. I think that you guys are my tribe. I like to run events like this to see who else is thinking the same way I am. And you're it. So I hope you're here today to build some relationships. If I was going to rename this conference, I would call it a conversation. And I would encourage all of you to consider that you're in my living room right now, and that we're just friends coming together to help see how we can save the planet for humanity, because that's really what's on the table here. I hope you feel that way as well as I do. So this has been an effort about 7 months in the making now. You might remember, or some of you were at our Green Economy Conference last year. And right after that Green Economy Conference, all the nations in the world got together at the COP26 meeting in Glasgow. And most of the nations came together and said, hey, you know what, that stuff that we told you we were going to do, well, we didn't do it to save the planet. And so no surprise there. I don't know how you feel, and if there are any elected officials in the room here, please excuse me, but I don't think politicians are going to save the planet for us. And I don't think nations are going to do it either. It's on us. You and me, activists in the room, we need a global uprising. And if you've ever wondered what a global uprising looks like in the very beginning stages, this is it. Look around this room right now. It's on us to save the planet. So some folks resonated with that message, and I'd just like to thank them by name right now, those people who are on our committee and help produce this event. Jolene O'Brien, Chris Wesley, Tijel Lawson, Stephanie Almashiro, Lisa Ziegel, Howie Leong, Katrina G., Funmi Ugunsanya, Eloise Juria, Christian Montoya, Sebastian Maggio, Mike McDonald, and Toddy Blackstone is not here with us today. She's a little under the weather, but she's here in spirit. Also, thank you to our program team, the folks who assembled this agenda and who put up with me telling them what to do and how to think for the last few months. David Miller, Leonard Robinson, John Michael Hulls, Victoria Charles, Brian Berry, and Mark Dambro. Can we get a round of applause for all those folks? Morgan, did I mention your name? There's Morgan there too. Sorry if I forgot you. Yeah. Sponsors. How many of you enjoyed the donuts in the VIP room? Pretty cool, right? I just want to really thank Salvatrice Como and her team, Leslie and Marty, for providing this donation to us of this room and the courtyard that we were going to use for lunch until it rained this morning. Now we're going to be busting out into the cafeteria instead. But the Pasadena City College Economic and Workforce Development Division offered up this room free of charge for us. I'm going to guess that this is about a $5,000 donation, including the tables, the linen supplies, the tech staff, everything that went into making this happen. So thanks to them. Pasadena Water and Power, Strategy Shares, Outward Bound Adventures, the Royal Seco Foundation, all these folks gave us money, so I wouldn't have to pull it out of my pocket. Thank you very much for that. My wife thanks you for that too. And other folks who helped sponsor the event too, EcoAct Us, San Gabriel Valley Partnership, Paul is here today, Innovate Pasadena, Clean California Campaign, Global Green, the Archdiocese of LA, Youth Strike Los Angeles. I think Sim's on his way. The youth climate strikers, they don't have cars, so he's on the metro on his way here. Envirodynamics, Blue Sphere Partners, USC Institute for Genetic Medicine, and their Division of Medical Virtual Reality, Climate Business Working Group. I think Andrew's on his way here too. And a group that we're starting now called Uprising Together. I just bought the URL, Uprising Together. There's Sim. Okay, listen, dude, we need you at a table here mixing with people, okay? All right. Uprising, I just bought the URL, Uprising Together, because that's what it's going to take. So we'll be starting a nonprofit to go along with the current Community 2.0, which is a community benefit corporation, a B Corp. So we're doing this. We're starting this global movement, and you're on a part of it. So this journey for me has been about a 4-year journey figuring out what the hell I could do to save the planet. When I read a book called Thank You for Being Late by Tom Friedman that said humanity was at a turning point, that we've screwed things up so bad that we're on a path to ecological disaster, and the UN says now we have about 9 years left till irreversible damage to the planet, 9 years. So I quit my job. and try to figure out what am I going to do to help. What is mine to do? That's the word that my wife likes to use. What's mine to do here on this planet at this time? And I think what it is to help wake people up. Part of our work is to start local and global media campaigns because we have to wake people up. I don't think we're going to wake up all 8 billion, but I think we can maybe touch the lives of 1 billion people, and so that's our goal. We're looking, please now, I know there's Aaron's here, so our first media guy is here. It's you and me, buddy. Let's grow this. Pasadena Media and George Filardo, who's the CEO, offered when he heard about what we're doing to start a TV program, so we'll be starting that in late January. Tentative title is Net Zero Heroes, so pretty cool. We might be honoring you if you're out there doing great stuff in the community. I'll be the host. Eloise Jurieff is our executive producer. We need to figure out what this is going to look like. Tentatively, we'll have another host who's probably a celebrity, like, I don't know, somebody like J.Lo or somebody like that who's an environmentalist. And then we'll also have a subject matter expert who can talk about what we need to do to save the planet and hope that we can stretch it from a half-hour show to an hour show. We'll be running about once a month. And we want to have a youth component, and we want to take it out into the streets. And we want to go cover some youth strikes, right? We're going to be walking behind you covering some youth strikes. So we want to show people in action doing what it takes to save the planet. We want to use exponential tools. One of the things I figured out when we have $61 billion from, am I taking too long already? Yes. Oh, right. We're taking too long. What was I saying? $61 trillion, right? So a few months ago, the UN said we need, in their opinion, between $100 and $150 trillion over the next 3 decades to save the planet and all the climate challenges. And then right after that, Mayor Bloomberg and Mark Carney, the former head of the Bank of England, got together 450 asset managers in this group called the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero and pledged $130 trillion to achieve the Paris goals. These are the people, asset managers, who manage the wealth of the wealthy people in the world and sovereign nations, and they have that kind of cash, and they're the only people who have that kind of cash, so we have to tap it. Excuse me. A subset of that group is called Net Zero Asset Managers. And we have some folks in the room today who are part of that group. But how are we going to do this on the scope and scale of the whole planet? We have amazing tools now called artificial intelligence, virtual reality, 3D printing, on and on, material science. There are about 24 different technologies that are disrupting society, just like 100 or so years ago when we discovered how to use steam in factories, and steam power replaced manpower and horsepower, and all of a sudden we had this industrial revolution. We have the same potential now to do that again, but not with just one technology like steam, with 24 different technologies, and they're working together and having babies, so we're going to rock this climate emergency using exponential tools. So that we don't get caught up too much in technology, we also need to be mindful. I didn't really understand mindfulness until about 3 years ago. I went to a conference called Wisdom 2.0, and one of the fathers of mindfulness said real quickly, he said, you're either acting mindfully or mindlessly. Okay. Mindfully or mindlessly, I get it. We've been acting mindlessly for about 120 years, polluting the world. We can't do that anymore. We have to adopt mindful practices. We have to adopt meditation so that we can remain calm and solve this thing. Making sense so far? All right, good. So here's how we're going to do it. We need to step up, we need to step way up, and we need to keep stepping up. We have an exponential challenge in front of us. You know what an exponential curve looks like? It goes flat and then it goes straight up, right? The only way, in my opinion, to combat that is for us to adopt lifestyles of continuous transformation, like me going from a local guy to working on a national stage and then to working on an international stage, and me stepping away from working for the city of LA to being a global leader, right? Is that challenging for me? Can you see me shaking? Yeah, challenging. But we need to do it. For a long time in my life, I've been into personal growth for a long time. I've wondered, what would I like to do with my life? I think now the question is, and I'd offer it to you too, what does the world need you to do? Right? If you're a successful MD, where's Mark? And you've already been a successful MD, and then on top of that, you've already been a successful nuclear engineer, and you could easily retire and play golf, and instead he's leading a climate movement. I would challenge all of you in this room to wonder what is it that you can bring to the table to help save the planet for humanity. So what else can I do? Bring thought leaders like you guys together in the room today, and then on a national and global scale. And I think maybe most importantly, we have to get out of our silo mentalities. Right? When I first hit this town, I was, the Rotary Club is all the old guys are over there, and then some business guys over at the chamber, and then some nonprofits and their executive coalition, and youth were not anywhere to be found because it wasn't cool in those days to speak your mind when you were a youth. We need to bust down those silos, and we need to come together as just people, right? People who have great ideas and who are passionate and can help solve this thing. And so we need to collaborate as a first alternative instead of as a last resort. So here's this. This is it for you too, the same opportunity. What is your full potential to help humanity and develop your potential at the same time as we're developing solutions for the planet? And then again, that question, right? What does the world need you to do? I hope that you can write down some notes and maybe answer that for yourself today. If not for the rest of your life, maybe for the next 6 months or 12 months. So how cool is this? What if we actually do come together as a planet? What if we can overcome the different, how many languages are there in the world? A couple of hundred? How many different nations? How many different adversarial pasts and adversarial histories do we have to overcome? Do we get to overcome? And how is that going to feel? This guy, Danny Chivers, wrote a great book, of which I've forgotten the name conveniently today. But it's a great book. You should read it. And the gist of it is, in the one sentence that strikes me, and if you ever go into my office, and my whole wall in front of my office is motivational sayings, because sometimes I get a little down thinking, how in the hell am I going to save the planet? So I use it for inspiration. And Danny Chivers wrote, "This is going to be the most amazing, inspiring, and unifying social movement that the world has ever seen." Right? How cool is that? I wish I'd written that. So let's dive in. So today we're talking about 3 different things on 3 panels. First, the huge game changer, $61 trillion available from asset managers who have money to achieve net zero before 2050, right? That's a huge goal and an amazing goal. And can we do that? Well, maybe with $61 trillion, maybe we can. Raise your hand if you'd like an extra $61 trillion in your pocket. Everybody? Everybody. Okay. Second, we're going to talk about sharing best practices. We have some folks here from City of Pasadena, South Pass, Santa Monica. We have some folks here from the Archdiocese of Atlanta and some other folks who are doing amazing things. The League of Women Voters is represented here, and I love the League so much that they've done some national research to list this 10 actions that cities should take on, and here it is on this chart. I hope you'll ask Cynthia Kennedy, who's Cynthia right here, about that and ask her how you can make that happen in your city. And this other chart here that I want to also just look at quickly. There's so many folks that wanted to be here that couldn't be here today, including Justin Zoellner, who started an organization called The Wave Northwest, and it's in Portland, Oregon. And he wrote this on his website. It says, "We are visionaries and change makers. We're motivators and doers. We're iconic institutions and individuals. We're aquariums, museums, technology centers, universities." I'm not going to read the whole thing. You can read it later on. But it says we're individuals and organizations who know that together we are more than the sum of our parts. Yeah. So this is the vision. If you go on their website and look at their 200 members, that's the vision that we have here for Southern California. We're going to make it happen. Last, we're going to talk about exponential thinking, and we have some folks here zooming in from Kansas City to be with us today and zooming in from Brazil to talk about exponential thinking, and not just technologies, but our mindset. How much do we have to open up our mindset to understand that we can solve major problems that are happening across the planet? And then Alexandra Sokol is going to be here as well. She's with us today in person. Okay, so the agenda is pretty brief. I'm talking for about another time's up. Zip. Brian Berry is going to help us get to know each other a little bit better, and then we'll have Victoria talk to us about ESGs, and we'll go into our first panel, take a break, and get to know each other, and then have a second panel, and then some relationship building over lunch. third panel. And then at the end, something very interesting. Where is Mark? Mark's right here. Mark Dambro, who, as I mentioned, nuclear engineer and MD, is now working with Harvard alumni who are interested in environmental issues, and they've created a new program called EcoAct Us, which I'll explain today, and then we'll do a planning session where you guys will actually get a chance to plan with each other on how you can be more effective together than you could individually. Right? We're going to actually ask you to write that out. You have a handout on your table that looks like this. I expect to see this full. Well, at the end of the day, if it's not full demerits, we have a dunce hat. You can sit in the corner back there. Anybody doing that besides me? Yeah? Okay. I spent a lot of my time in high school in the corner. So that's good. We're going to be, it's going to be, I think it's going to fly on by, seeing as how especially we started a little bit late. So let me introduce my friend Brian Berry. Brian and I just were talking today. I think we've known each other about 25 years. And both activists. Brian was with Neighborhood Connections back then. I was helping to start Leadership Pasadena. And we both were activists, young activists in the community, doing what we could do to help Pasadena get better. Brian's an adjunct professor of advocacy, social justice, and human development at Pacific Oaks College here, a local college that my wife graduated from this year for PO. Yeah. Help me welcome Brian.
Good morning. Thank you, Greg. I'm excited to be here. So what we're going to do is we're going to start on the process of relationship building. So that form that Greg showed you is going to be valuable. But we also want to be thinking about how do we activate the relationships that we have. So we're going to do what I would term an icebreaker real quick. And as a professor, I'm not used to standing in one place. I move around a lot. I wish this was I wish I could. You have a handout? Okay, great. While the handout is coming up, what I want you to do is to find someone at your table who you don't know. I do know that some of you know each other, and I'm looking at 2 right now, 3 right now. I'm testing it for you. Great. So find someone you don't know, and what I want you to do is ask one quick question, because we're going to shorten this just a little bit. And the question is, what brought you here today? Why would you spend a Saturday on this issue? Why would you come from Fort Worth? Why would you come from Atlanta? Why would you beam in from Brazil? Why is this so important that you would leave your family or friends, maybe a warm bed? So we're going to take about 3 minutes, and I want each of you to share. So just find one other person and share. Ready, go. If you need to do 3, that's fine. Okay, thank you all for sharing. So I have a quick question to ask everybody. How did the room feel when you started talking? It got warmer. How did the room feel? What did you feel in the room? Electric. Collaborative. What else did you feel in the room when you started talking? Community. Excitement. Connection, I heard over here. Anything else? What did you feel as you started talking? Kindred spirits, that's right. All right, we're gonna, not gonna go through every group, but I just want a few people to report out. How did this activity, what did it make you think about? What did you, yes, Cynthia?
How are you?
The two of us both started by mentioning our children, and in my case, our grandchildren. That was kind of the first thing both of us said, that we're concerned about their future,
All right.
and we want them to be
Lauren.
hopeful and not cynical.
Thank you, Cynthia. Cynthia. What did you hear in the conversation similar to what Cynthia said?
I was having PMF treatment. I thought I was having a PEM.
Anybody else want to share? Yes, in the back.
The inclusiveness of the work instead of all this separation demon that's been around the world so much.
We're doing your rules first, right? Oh,
So collaboration, partnership, working together. What else did you hear?
We kind of shared the same experience of our initial introduction to the issue of environmental justice, and both of us had this kind of like existential crisis that still lasts today. It's still very much a part of my psyche right now, but we just kind of shared that initial understanding of what was going on and how damaging it was to, I would say, my soul. I don't know about you, but yeah, so we kind of shared that. That's what initiated the passion.
Thank you for sharing. Yes, we'll go here.
Well, I was pleased to meet my co-panelist, Bill Kelly, and we've been around for quite a while, obviously. You know, but it was so refreshing to feel, you know, the kindred, you know, aspects of what we do, but also the importance of small groups and our local efforts, you know, through grassroots action, you know, culminating in a much greater movement.
Great, thank you. All right, we're going to, anyone else want to share before we move on? How did it make you feel to share with your partner? How did it make you feel? Comfortable?
Very aligned.
Aligned? Like-minded?
It was exciting to see a kindred person, you know, that you're not alone in your feeling about how devastating things are becoming. And so that's a community, you know, you can share, you can support each other in those feelings. Because a lot of it is based on feelings.
Yeah, this is a really important point. I think in the environmental movement, oftentimes we feel a little bit alone or isolated, or we feel like it's overwhelming. You can see in this room that there are a lot of other people who care as well and who want to create change. So that's very important to feel that energy and that support. Anybody else, how did you feel while you were sharing?
Feel emotional. Talking about these issues is emotional. It's hard sometimes to express, you know, strong feelings, sadness.
I think Greg was touching on that as well, is that this is existential, right? If we don't make significant changes, there are ramifications that are really terrible for us and for our families and for our friends, for our communities. So yes, the emotional weight is very heavy. Just to, yes?
I would say the counterbalance to that is hopefulness. Because sitting in a room full of people who are actually doing something about the problem brings forth the hope to balance that fear.
Yes. And that's one of the reasons I think why Greg wanted to pull us all together today, is to create hope, to create opportunity, to create synergy, to create, you know, to build on that like-mindedness. So we want all of these concepts to go with you throughout the day and to energize you and to inspire you because this work is really, really important. What I'd like to do now is to introduce our next guest speaker. And we're going to talk a little bit about ESGs. Quick story. I worked for the city, as Greg said, about 15 years ago. And I went to the city manager and I said, you know, in our retirement package, we should have, at that time it was SRIs. We should have SRIs or ESGs as an option. She's going to tell you what these acronyms mean. And he looked at, and I went to the finance committee, I went to a city council group, and I said, this is really important. You've got like 15 options for retirement for the deferred compensation. Please add one, just one, that's environmentally conscious. He said, no, they're too risky. We can't do that with the city's money. It's a fiduciary responsibility. There's no way we're going to do it. 15 years later, you're going to talk to us a little bit about the impact of ESGs. But it broke my heart that we could not invest in our values at that time. The city would not allow city staff members to do that. So just as a quick story, as an opening to our next speaker, Victoria Charles, who's going to be talking to us about investment. So after a thriving career in global trading and marketing for more than a decade, Victoria Charles crossed over to the greener side. As a sustainability practitioner and founder of Blue Sphere Partners, Victoria has over 10 years of progressively responsible experience in the diversified areas of employee education and engagement, sustainable program development. She successfully advises businesses, local governments, we could have used you 15 years ago, and schools on how to implement sustainable best practices in the core of their organization. And recently, she's a founder and creator of Climate Action Leadership Program, which she can talk to you about. So Victoria, thank you very much for being here, and please come up and join us.
Thank you. But the most important part of my introduction you forgot. And what I pride myself on is that I'm a professor of sustainability as well, both at UCLA and Santa Monica College. So I love the youth. You inspire me. So we have 10 years to reel in the effects of climate change. We're doomed, says a leading global scientist. It's only in recent decades, quote, that we have become more aware of the dynamics of the natural systems when not in balance. The damage done to the planet is such that without a dramatic change in the behavior of business organizations and our own individual behaviors as consumers, life on Earth as we know it is unsustainable. How does that make you feel? But how about if I told you that we have the solutions to climate change and the future is so bright that you're going to be needing to wear sunglasses every day? So I'm an optimist with hope and who believes that we can pull this off, the greatest threat ever known to humanity. Who agrees? Okay, my cheerleaders. So I'm very happy to be here today, and I want to thank Greg for having the vision to hold such an important event with such great key stakeholders. And I want to thank all of you that are here today, and also those who are tuning in through this incredible technology called Zoom. Yay, so welcome everybody. So here's a quote that I love. It reads, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. You change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." Bucky, who knows Buckminster Fuller? Yay. Not personally. So we are building new models, and I think that's why we're all here, as you had in the conversation and hearing what everyone is doing. We're building new models to change the existing reality with vision, technology, strategies, but most importantly, as you felt today earlier, passion. There are exactly 100 months to 2030. Think about that. 100 months to 2030 as of a year ago. So when you think about that, how do you feel? What are you thinking? We have 100 months till 2030. And what's happening in 2030?
Earth is blossoming.
I love that. You're an optimist like I am.
I'm going to say throw out all the 2030 sustainability plans that most cities made.
Start again. Well, climate science tells us we need to be removing billions of tons of CO2 by 2030. Billions of tons to address climate change. And we are nowhere near that number. So we must pick up the pace, which I think we're all doing in this room. 1 month is 1% of the time we have. We're all overworked. Would you agree? So definitely work is not the solution. More work is not the solution. But prioritizing actions that can help start scaling carbon removal solutions is right now. Not yesterday, not even 10 minutes ago, but right now. We need to move this existential issue to speed and scale. And if you haven't read that book, Speed and Scale, yes, I highly recommend it. Doerr, who just donated, John Doerr, who just donated billions of dollars to Stanford for climate research. So 1 month equals 1% of the time we have to bend this curve. I believe that the main purpose of all of us gathering here today is to slow down on the talking and move into action with focus and collaboration. Would you agree, Greg? Yes, that's, I think, why we're here today. Focus and collaboration and partnerships, all of that is key to moving this forward. So there are key issues that are driving organizations to embed sustainability practices. Can anybody think of one? Okay, climate crisis, or the reality of the climate crisis. Anything else? Sustainability is a hot topic these days, right? Wherever you're, yes?
Why isn't it rejuvenation instead of just sustaining? Rejuvenation is so much more powerful and accurate.
We can change that, absolutely, and it is changing. I remember when I moved into this space over 12 years ago. It was called the green. Everything was green. Then it went to sustainability, and now I'm hearing rejuvenation and ESGs. So we can change it. There's no reason why we can't. We're democracy here. So it used to be equated with tree huggers, and I'm proudly a tree hugger. However, 80% of the global companies are reporting their ESGs, 80%. 95% of the total global 250 companies have embraced sustainability. I don't think rejuvenation yet, but sustainability. But they're moving in that way. We are definitely not, but it is becoming part of the mindset. And yes, I would like to be so much further ahead of this, but at least we're having the conversations, right? And that's not going to definitely save humanity, but we're getting there, and I believe in miracles. So of all the quotable lines contained within BlackRock's CEO Larry Fink's annual letter to the CEOs, one really stands out, at least for me. There is no company, quote, there is no company whose business model won't be profoundly affected by the transition to a net zero economy. So if you're not familiar with BlackRock, it's, I think, the largest investment banker on the planet, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And Larry Fink is the CEO. And he said that. Is he perfect? We can have a debate about that. But that's quite a statement coming from someone like him. Even a tad hyperbolic. Does that have you wondering, what is a sustainable business? So just for giggles and laughs, what is a sustainable business? Just one or two words. What is a sustainable business?
Low carbon energy source.
Okay.
A business that sustains itself by not taking out from the environment, but rather sustains itself on its own.
Thank you for that, and sharing that. Yes, sir.
B corporations,
Yes, love B corporations. Super big fan of that and teach it in my classes.
donut economics too.
Sorry?
Donut economics.
Yes, I love Hayward. What's her name again? Kate Raywood. So, answering that question requires an understanding first of what is a business model. So I did some research and I found that one definition defines it as fundamental structures of how companies create, deliver, and capture value. So I ask, how can one think about building new business models by making decisions through the lens of net zero, through the lens of sustainability, or the lens of social justice? And what does it take for an organization to transition from business as usual, the 20th century thinking, to sustainability as a 21st century model? As an investor in the past, you would have to pick up a financial report, and from that report, you can determine whether you want to invest in a company or not. Is that true? I'm asking our investor right here, right? You just pick up a financial report. Okay, their financials look good, or maybe not so good, and then they determine if they're going to invest or not. That's changing. And this brings me to my topic today of ESG and reports. So now suddenly investors are asking to see ESG reports as they would a financial report. Is that true?
Yeah, they're definitely.
Okay, so they're looking. There's still, hesitation, but it's definitely good. It's moving in that direction. So what is driving ESG reporting, or ESGs today globally, is world-altering events of 2020, like the global pandemic, and growing movements for racial equality. This has brought a renewed vigor to conversations about environmental, social, and governance, ESG issues. The pandemic brought into sharp focus risks associated with supply chain. Who has a business that was concerned about the supply chains during this time or read about it? Supply chain disruption was a big thing during the pandemic. Customers are changing. I think that's all of us, especially the youth, the younger generation. They want goods and service from companies that serve the greater communities. And employees prefer to work for these kinds of companies, like the Patagonias, anyone, what company would you like to work for? You're a youth.
My own.
Your own, okay, that's even better, right? With these kinds of standards. So more investors are now looking towards corporate sustainability with possibilities of increased ESG regulations in the United States. Activists, investors, and businesses are sounding the alarm for companies and businesses to be accountable and responsible for their carbon we put into the atmosphere, and to look at systemic injustice. Simply stated, ESG reporting uncovers where your organization can improve in efficiency. And every business person wants to be efficient in both the E and the S. So let me just go back a little bit. ESG, for those who are new to this acronym, stands for Environmental Social Governance. And it is about reporting your impacts in the environmental and social areas, right? And each pillar has its own KPIs. And here are 15 commonly reviewed criteria, as you can see in this slide. So ESG reporting is disclosure of the risks and opportunities within an organization likened to a financial report. ESG reports are used to assist investors to uncover the risks and opportunities within a company. This is where the SEC, Securities Exchange Commission, is playing a part in the movement of reporting and is expected to issue a sustainability reporting mandate by end of year. Several countries have already done this. Japan, several countries in Europe have already requiring climate disclosures of public companies. So ESG reporting is a business imperative. It is becoming the new model of how we do business. If you are not reporting, you're going to probably be obsolete in the future, as Larry Fink has, in so many words, said. ESG investing is $37 trillion industry and is expected to hit $53 trillion in 2025, according to Bloomberg. More than 1/3 of all assets under management. Going back to Larry Fink's quote, every company and every industry will transform by the transition to a net zero world. He's also quoted saying, we focus on sustainability not because we're environmentalists, it's because we're capitalists. How do we become a 21st century modern business? First, by telling your story. So, mining the data and tell your organization's sustainability story. Start by voluntarily reporting process and make it publicly available. If a company or an organization wants to think about how to take their first steps in developing a sustainability strategy, I say start by looking at your core business. What are the issues that are most material to your company? And what are the issues driven by your business, which are the most impactful on the world around you? A credible ESG strategy should hang off your core business strategy. It should not be a divergent or a separate approach. So one of the ways of entering ESGs and sustainability space is through the coalitions. We have several here. So number one, getting sector-level intelligence from your peers is an important part of the equation of your company to get up to the ESG learning curve. Two, understand what your peers and your competitors are doing so you can understand where you need to go to differentiate your strategy. And third, have a discerning eye. There's a lot of greenwashing going on out there. So public disclosures are becoming better and they're becoming stronger and vetted by third parties. So read about other ESG reports and what they're saying and determine what they mean. Are they setting specific KPIs and targets? Are they backed up with evidence describing outcomes and impacts? Are they showcasing sustainability and making sure that it's not just greenwashed or it's just a marketing campaign? So so make sure that when you are reporting that it's not greenwash, because people will call you out, right? And intelligent people like yourselves. So Blue Sphere Partners is here for the purpose of helping businesses move to the 21st century. And that's what we help also is in helping companies not to greenwash their message. And number four is, as an educator, I have to give you some homework. So it's really simple. Take your favorite company and go on to Google, bring up their website, and then in the search bar put sustainability and look at their report. Who's ever eaten at Cheesecake Factory? Okay, fantastic sustainability report. I mean, believe it or not, they're really doing their part. So, and then finally, explore whether there are consortiums to join at an industry level to work with your peers to advance your knowledge and also your capabilities, which we are all doing here today. And wouldn't it be great if more and more of the competition is based on who has the strongest ESG credentials? That's our goal, right? Let's make that our goal. So, act now. Sustainability is no longer the icing on the cake, but simply a part of the strategy to future-proof your business. The sustainability movement feeds us with a sense of purpose because we know that our collective actions today make a difference for all of us tomorrow. We are embracing and accelerating our efforts to ensure a better net positive future. So if you don't know where to start, then we can help you at Bluesphere Partners. That's what we are experts in, is helping you to onboard. And we find that this is very difficult for organizations. Where do I start? Where do I start in this movement? So validating your specific metrics that gauges your company's holistic performance is paramount to modernizing your business. Your business and sustainability is a strategic driver for performance. So I think you would all agree that our actions today make a difference tomorrow. And I want to thank you, and I hope that I can work with all of you. And don't forget your sunglasses, because it is a brighter future. I have the privilege of introducing my colleague for the past 10 years, Professor John Halls. We have been working at Santa Monica College together in the Earth Science Department, teaching hundreds, maybe thousands now, of, I want to say young people, but we have all sorts of ages.
Kids of all ages.
Yeah, kids of all ages. I love that. And John also has been in the sustainability resource management industry for, we won't say, right? Like
Half a century.
half a century. So he has a lot of experience and a lot of talents, and I'm so honored to introduce Professor John Halls.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And if folks want to stand up as my panelists will come up to the panel area. If people want to stand up for a second, just to stretch or whatever they would like to do, that would be great. But if we could have all the panelists come up. So that's Bill and Alexandria's up here. Why don't you sit in the first one here, because you're going to be first up. You'll be first up. Is Sim here also? Great. So you be down at the end.
Any particular order?
Yeah, we're just going to go with whatever was sent to us. How does that all feel, everybody? Just go ahead and take your seat again. I'm very honored to facilitate.
Which one?
LA City government.
I'm very honored to facilitate the following dedicated stakeholders in no particular order in this panel.
It was a bill that was drafted by
about
youth
best
organizers.
practices
We have to
among
consider
cities and
just as long as it's
institutions,
sort of like
and who
that.
all will provide their own 25-word or less introduction for themselves, along with, I'd like to have one fun fact, okay, for them to share with all of you. Alexandria is the Chief Sustainability Strategist for EnviroDynamics. Ursula Schmidt is with the City of Pasadena Climate Action Plan, and she'll be providing an update. We have Bill Kelly, City of South Pasadena Commissioner, also Communications Manager, retired from SCAQMD, that's the Air Quality Management District. We have Sim Balal, who's the organizer and head of logistics for the Youth Climate Strike in Los Angeles. And finally, and not last, or least, Cynthia Canady, is that correct?
Kennedy.
Kennedy, who's the chair of the Natural Resources Committee of the League of Women Voters, Pasadena and Foothills chapter. Now, what we're trying to deliver here in this panel today is to discuss sustainability, best practices, and drivers, and how to work with other panelists and the audience members to see how we can become more effective together. And our format is pretty plain. For the first 30 minutes, we're going to discuss, each individual can either sit at the location they are, I guess, or will they come up? Okay, we can sit down and just discuss the ways of sharing best practices within their industry classification. For example, cities sharing with other cities. And then the next 15 minutes, panelists will discuss among themselves how they work more effectively outside their industry in cross-sector partnerships. For the last 15 minutes, we would like all of you to participate by discussing what you've heard and to query the panelists. So for a first discussion, it's been said that a critical factor in the effort to implement best practices is there is insufficient communication among the best available best practices accessible at the touch of a keystroke, so to speak. Cities, institutions, and climate specialists are sharing best practices in real time among their member organizations. So could our panelists provide examples of these best practices and information sharing from their perspective? I will start with Alex Sokol. And remember, panelists, you have about 5 minutes each.
Great. Is this working? Yeah, yes, it is. Great. Okay. So I'm Alexandra Sokol. I am the Chief Sustainability Strategist at EnviroDynamics. I'm also a commissioner for the City of Santa Monica on the Commission of Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment. We had to have a really long title there. I've been raised in environmental work, probably since I was a small child, due to having a father who was an environmental journalist. And pretty much grew up with the who's who in the 1970s and 80s of this movement. Got sent to organic gardening class at 12 years old, which tells you a bit about why I do what I do. Want to talk about collaborative, or you want to give? Sure. You want me to give a fun fact?
And you can give a fun fact, yes.
It's not widely known, but I actually belly dance in my spare time. Oh. So I have another side too to this sort of heady brain of mine. One of the things that I'm known for is networking, and because I had a first career in technology in Silicon Valley, I was a very early adopter of the Silicon Valley, sort of networking world. When we had 9/11 in 2001, I basically was sitting in the middle of my living room working for Apple with 7 Apple computers in my living room and going, what am I doing with all this stuff and why am I not helping the planet? So I made a career change, and at that point, I needed to kind of get back up to speed, if you will. So I started to use the internet to collaborate and network with colleagues in cross-sustainability industries all over the world. And I'm very thankful to that part of my life and to being a tech head, because it has allowed me to really look at best solutions and best practices, and has really formed who and how I work as a sustainability strategist. That's kind of me.
Hi, everyone. I'm Cynthia Kennedy, and it's really a pleasure to be here. Wonderful that this is organized. Let's see, most of my life, I've been a practicing lawyer. I guess about 45 years I've been practicing law. And most of that was with technology companies. I even have a former client here. I worked at Apple for many years. Then I worked for a UN agency in Geneva, working with technology strategy for developing countries. So I've kind of seen a lot of aspects of technology over my career, and I'm particularly interested in technologies that relate to how we're going to overcome this challenge. Like Greg and like Alexandra, at a certain point, probably about 2 years ago, I decided I really had to stop practicing law for money. And it seemed obvious to me that I had some talents. Again, as Greg said, what did I have to bring? What is that phrase? What is mine to give?
What's yours to do?
Yeah, what's mine to do? And I thought I should really use my skills to work on climate change. I became very active in the League of Women Voters, and we started with the Pasadena organization of the League of Women Voters. We started looking at climate action plans. Actually, we started with the Climate Action Plan of Pasadena, which dates back some years. There's actually more than one version. And then we joined a national group. So the League of Women Voters has about 700 chapters all over the country. It's just really amazing. It's not all women, as Greg told you, but it's a decentralized organization with tremendous reach. So we got into a climate change action group with people from cities all over the country, and we decided we would look at climate action plans and try to see, well, what are cities doing? And I think some of the people at my table were talking about standardization and how do you get a framework. So we were looking at this framework of climate action plans. How do you figure out the specific things that a city can do? Well, we reviewed dozens of climate action plans. And I'm sorry to say that it made us profoundly cynical about climate action plans. I mean, they were prepared by consultants, and I mean, I've been in commercial, private world. I'm not against consultants, but actually the consultants often would make good proposals, but then these would get kind of watered down through the political process. And you end up with this very vanilla kind of thing with glossy photos and a lot of marketing, a lot of, what's the word? Statements about we need to reach out to communities, we need to have meetings, we need to do, and it became clear to all of us on this committee, this was not going to, this is not sufficiently urgent, this is not going to do anything by 2030. And we kept hearing in the back of our minds, we've got to change something really fundamental by 2030. So we ended up looking instead at what cities were actually doing. And that was encouraging. Cities all over the country are actually doing things. So we distilled that. We met with the mayor of Pasadena, actually, Mayor Gordo, and he said, can you distill this down into some smaller group of actions? So, and we got the same feedback from some other cities. Denver, by the way, Madison, Wisconsin, Albuquerque, Boston, New York, interestingly enough, Houston. These are cities that are doing a lot. And we distilled it down to 10. So please take a look at these when you get a chance. These are specific things. We wanted specifics, not reaching out, not encouraging, not educating, just things that city governments can do. We're not talking about individual action. I mean, I bought a clothesline myself recently, and I do try to eat less meat and all that sort of thing, but the bottom line is, these lights in this room, how many of you can make an estimate of the amount of fossil fuels that are burned to turn on these lights in Pasadena right now? What do you think? Somebody said 60%. It's about 54% actually right now. I just looked at the newly released 2021 Pasadena It's called what is it called? It's a document that every utility company has to publish, power content label. Look it up for your cities. That's the reality. You can talk about anything else you want, but that is the reality. Pasadena in 2021 used 47% of electricity was generated by coal. Coal, burning coal. So anyway, this is, from here, we started another group called Pasadena 100, which is this group here. Pasadena 100 is a coalition, and we've used this word coalition, which is really, I'm saying hurry up. Okay, let me get to my point about Pasadena 100. Pasadena 100 is 22 nonprofit, nonpartisan organizations that operate in Pasadena. And our focus is climate action number 1. Stop using coal and gas to generate electricity. I don't care what we're doing. Yeah, thank you. With Cheesecake Factory or, it's wonderful to do everything. But if your city is still, your utility company is still using coal and gas, this is what is generating greenhouse gas emissions. So we have a rally on October 24th on the steps of City Hall. Our city, I am hoping, will commit to this. Our city council needs to come around. We have circulated these postcards all around the city. If you're a Pasadena resident, please fill one in. We have about 1,300 of these filled in right now. So that's what we're doing. The words for me are specific actions.
Well, it's my turn, I guess. I'm Bill Kelly. I have spent my career really as a journalist and communicator about the environment, particularly environmental policy. I first became interested when I used to go to Disneyland from San Diego with my parents in the early 60s as I was growing up. And I got there and I thought Orange County was called Orange County because when you got there, the air was orange. I later found out why that was true from a chemistry teacher I had in high school who used light to change nitrogen oxide to nitrogen dioxide, which is orange. And that's one of the generators of smog. So I've had a longstanding interest, been in a number of capacities, but I came today really to speak about cities and how the 160 cities here in the regional area can find money or what's needed to bring them more money to take some of these actions and do a lot of other things. And what I want to talk to, first of all, is about Greg's sheet here on issues I'm passionate about was an interesting exercise. Number one for me was economic justice. And for the young people in the room, I think you know about the rents and you know about the cost of school and gasoline and things like that. And this is pretty tough. Environmental sustainability next, and human rights, then democracy and engagement. So what I want to talk about is the limits on city government in terms of raising money to accomplish a lot of these aims, from housing density, which is needed to reduce vehicle use, to renewable energy systems installed to pump water, that sort of thing. And it's the Howard Jarvis taxpayer initiatives that cut the funding back in the 1970s. And, you know, my mother-in-law, bless her heart, has that bumper sticker, you know, don't take my Prop 13 away, you know. And this is one of the greatest economic injustices that has been brought to California. It's anti-democratic for a city or special district to raise a property tax increment. They need to have a 2/3 vote, and only property owners can vote, despite the fact that 50% of the people in California rent. Okay, only property owners can vote. That sounds a little bit like the Jim Crow era, going back to the days when women couldn't vote, only property owners could vote. That's really, what's at the base of this initiative. Okay, this may sound a little radical. I'm a little bit different than some of the people up here. But to solve this problem, it's going to take changes, I think, fundamentally to the initiatives. And one of the things that cities can do is back those changes when they come to the ballot. The voters have rejected changes to these initiatives repeatedly, but it's, I'm an old guy. I've got my house, I own it, it's gone up 6 times in value. And, I got my car and stuff and can drive around. But the point is just that people that are older need to support younger people by going with things like density and not a NIMBY syndrome where you want to build dense housing where people can walk and it's affordable, that you can't do it. Do it somewhere else. Don't do it in my neighborhood. Okay, so a lot of these problems that we're talking about today need to have economic justice as the basis of the solution, in my opinion. So let's talk about some things that can be done specifically to address this. One of the heartening things is there's a bill that was just passed in the California legislature that allows special districts to be formed and that would levy parcel tax increments on property to fund what are called climate resilience districts. Sonoma County has done this. It's the first. They did it before the legislature acted, and it could be done by many cities, but now the law has officially been passed. It's been signed by the governor. And so this will enable raising money to basically accomplish these things. You can't do it without money. We can talk about green initiatives, but you need the money to carry them out. And really, when you look at the big picture, the inequity that we have, some people with so much money, some people with so little, makes it so that anything that raises the cost a little bit of power or something, or of water, whatever, gasoline, becomes a crisis for huge numbers of people in this society. And without more equity, you can't get the support that you need to implement these types of things. So that's the message I wanted to bring today, and thank you for listening.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Simbalal. I'm a student from South LA. I come from a multicultural background, so my dad is Black and Indigenous from the Chickasaw tribe in Oklahoma, and my mom is Korean. I say that because my call to the environmental movement, it comes from my identities. Growing up in South LA, majority of my friends had asthma and cancer before I was 20 years old. I lost my grandma in 2005 to colon cancer as a result of environmental pollutions. My grandma, who is Indigenous, taught me a lot about the land and protecting it, and basically my duty as a member of the 7th generation to, restore, the prophecy of the eagle and the condor. And so for me, my call to action was a necessity. It was a method of survival. I remember when I was about 4 years old, I accidentally watched The Inconvenient Truth, and since then I've had climate anxiety. So, I don't know. I've been organizing since I was like 14 years old. That was when I finally realized, how I could take initiative to use my voice and use my leadership to call for action, not just within my own community, but, statewide, and globally. And so that's what I've been doing. I've joined Earth Guardians when I was 14 years old. And in 2019, I joined Youth Climate Strike Los Angeles. And since then, we've championed resolutions within Los Angeles that repealed oil drilling by the year 2025. So that was a huge win for us. In addition to that, I worked with other youth in California to draft a bill called SB 1173, which would phase out fossil fuel. Phase out fossil fuels by divesting them from both CalPERS and CalSTRS, which are the state teachers retirement fund, and California Public Retirement, it's retirement pension fund, stuff like that. Unfortunately, we got it through the Senate, which is like the farthest anyone has gotten a bill like as far as like divestment in 10 years. So a youth-led initiative did what people couldn't do in 10 years, which is why I'm a strong advocate for youth and positions of leadership and positions of advocacy. Unfortunately, our bill got killed in assembly by this guy that was like the president of the assembly, in one of the committees, and that's when I learned like even within our democracy we have very undemocratic systems. So essentially, everyone on the committee of the assembly was in support of our bill except for the president, and he basically said, you guys can't pass this bill. And so we're going to run it again this year, and he's out. So hopefully we can get it through the assembly. But yeah, so I come to this space excited to connect with everyone and really talk how we can move forward on efforts to preserve our planet. Thank you.
Well, really excited to be with all these incredible thinkers and activists and young people who are changing the world. My name is Ursula Schmidt. I work with the City of Pasadena, and I've been working in local government for, I want to say almost 20 years, actually. I initially started as a consultant, and I've been advancing sustainability initiatives since I started working with local government. I started working in the waste world as a consultant with the Department of Public Works when we were just starting in California to divert and having to source, separate, and recycle our waste. And the regulatory environment was changing at that time, and it was pretty incredible what was accomplished. And I was lucky to be at the beginning of that. I had come from a communications field and had worked with the media and also as an educator, so I was able to bring that into my work as a consultant and start educating and working with the community about what does it mean to reduce your waste and how can we do that as a community. I moved into the planning department when we adopted the Green City Action Plan in the city and worked with a green team for over 6 years to advance those sustainability initiatives in every department and work with the community to advance those initiatives. I took a little time off to teach and taught a Zero Waste Communities course, and that was incredibly challenging and exciting, and I hope that we can continue to have those courses always for young people. And then I moved into the utility sector, and I work with Water and Power now, and I am advancing sustainable water management in Water and Power, and I also will be working with the Climate Action Plan for the city starting in the new calendar year. And I think I have what I bring to the table. I was really loved this, what are our assets and what are our needs? And I was thinking, and it really connected me to the fact that I have a lot of experience and knowledge about how different departments work and then where the silos are and where the gaps are. I would love to bring the ESG as a framework to the utility. Work sort of like a private private business. I mean, we're a municipal utility, but I think that would be fantastic. And so looking at how do we educate our leadership and inform them and really have them always make decisions through the lens of sustainability. I think that is critical. And I think the education and the information is such an important part because we have amazing organizations, and I have worked in my career with partnering with stakeholders in the community, which for me are my champions, and those stakeholders are the activists and the nonprofits and the youth and the ones that can really push for this when they come to council meetings and when they write letters, because inside of government, as a government worker and professional, we do have to work within a system that asks us to look and weigh a lot of people's interests. I'm always the one that I feel like I'm pushing and pushing this, stone at the hill, saying, like, I need that support. And so the support comes from our community and our stakeholders, and also from, regional and worldwide organizations. So I'm very appreciative of that, and I'm here today to, make more of those partnerships and see how we can work together and how I can help advance the initiatives within government, and to do it intentionally and thoughtfully. And I think I've always been driven from a young age. I'm first-generation American. My family's German-Argentine. And I come from a family of immigrants who've immigrated consistently over generations. And I think from a young age, every choice of what I purchased and what I used was an intentional choice to not waste, to be considerate of the fact that other people have had to sacrifice a lot to have what we have. And I think about that in terms of the world and climate change, and I think, wow, we need to be so much more intentional in the choices that we make. Mm-hmm. And I love that everyone is here today, because that was an intentional choice to be here. And I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
That was really phenomenal. And before we get to the audience participation, we're going to have some conversation among all of our panelists today, because I'm sure there's a lot of questions and things like that. But I did forget my fun fact, and that was I'm the son of actually a person who was a climate refugee. My father came from Oklahoma. He was called an Okie, and he was put in an internment camp when he came in a caravan to California. And the only way out of the internment camp was actually to join the military. So he joined the military, went to war in Africa. This is like around World War II. So this is out of the Dust Bowl days of the 1930s. And that's kind of like the story I heard. And I think that's something really critical for all of us who are a little bit older, to communicate those stories to our youth. Because one of the things, we may have information, and if you haven't filled out your card, I invite you to fill out your card. I put down an asset as information. Mm-hmm. And what do I need? I need ears. Those are the things that I'm looking for. So if you have any questions while we have breaks and things like that, please approach others. Find out what they're doing. See how you can support them, or what things that they can do to support you in what you're doing. But I'd like to maybe start with Sim here in terms of discussion. You've heard all the other individuals that are talking here. What are some things that people can do to help you?
I think the number one thing is, get involved. I know a lot of us have a lot of frustrations with the state of the world. And what I learned, because, for a long time I started off when I was really young, I tried to do things from the outside, banging on the door, having protests outside of, people's houses, outside of City Hall, sitting in, sleeping in, doing all type of things. But I never really took the step to interact with legislators directly and attempt to, pass legislation as a young person, because I thought, the system is not made for me. Why would I participate in something that isn't made for me and, doesn't welcome me, doesn't want me there? But, what I learned is, I have done way more as far as, advancing efforts from the inside than I ever could from the outside. And so, I implore everyone to get involved, whatever that looks like for you, whatever your capacity is, just get involved.
Yeah.
So please, anybody else would like to comment?
I was going to say, you remind me of a fast story. My father, the environmental and political activist, I was probably about 12, 13 years old, and we were in the car, and they had just changed police stations, a whole, sort of very right-wing police situation, and one of my cohort students said, the pig's this and the pig's that. And my dad said, if you want to change something, change it from the inside out. You don't like the way politics works, change it from the inside out. Become that which you want to be. So I would say besides just, speaking to something that Victoria said earlier, besides just talking and protesting, and we need that, but we need a balance. And part of the balance is doing, right? You talked about 2030 plans and not, I think it's very interesting because what I've been banging on for a long time is there are no implementation plans. So all these cities that I've worked with, that's the first thing I look at is, well, great, you paid, $250,000 to
lot of money.
somebody, right, to write a 2030 plan that didn't have a whole system solutions viewpoint, and nobody came up with an implementation plan. And as a result, often, speaking to being internal as cities, often what happens is, like during COVID in Santa Monica, our budgets got cut. Who did they cut? They cut the environmental sustainability, even though we're the leaders, one of the leaders in the nation. They cut our budgets. And as a result, EVs were the only thing that we had a budget for. We have water issues, we have power issues, we have, there's so many pieces of this. We have to both speak about the importance of what needs to get done to move that dial faster, and it is critical, but we also need to have action plans. So I think it's been really interesting to listen to everybody on this panel. And I do want to say thank you to all of you. I thought I was just doing a mini warm-up in the beginning, so I didn't go into any detail.
So I want to say something. Greg said that we should use this opportunity to feel like we are in our living room. So I want to say something from the heart, and that if I were in my living room, I'd be having an argument with my children or my husband or someone. But here's the thing. We have to face the reality of money. And I've had two experiences recently, and also I read a wonderful book. I don't know if you know the book by Michael Mann. It's called The New Climate War. He talks about the fact that now it's no longer fashionable to deny climate change. But what people do is they deflect. And they deny the reality, the economic reality of situations. So two situations that really struck me, and I want to know what you guys think about this. One is, I used to be a trustee of Stanford University, and I went to an emeritus meeting last week of the opening of the new Dorr Center. So it was wonderful. There were, like 40 people sitting around talking about how wonderful this was. We had some wonderful speakers. But then the topic came up. Someone had the nerve to mention that there's a controversy. Some students had been protesting at Stanford recently because the Dorr Center is going to take money from Exxon. And, that was just such a rude awakening. More debate followed, but the reality of money, we can't ignore this. Another situation, in Pasadena, we are having a debate about Pasadena's strategic plan. As Ursula knows, the strategic plan for power sourcing. This is going to affect Pasadena's purchases of sources for electricity for the next 20 years. And there's a citizen advisory committee that was appointed by PWP, and PWP actually the Pasadena Water and Power did a great job of selecting. But then the Chamber of Commerce wrote a letter and said the whole thing had to be reorganized. So, because of business interest, I don't know why they defined it that way, but now the city has disbanded the Citizen Advisory Group before we even had our first meeting. And appointments are going to be made of new, including the business sector, which was like Citizens United. I mean, how does the business sector become a citizen? So, anyway, we have to be realistic. Someone else was talking about fiduciary duties. In ESG, the reality is these companies still define their duty as a fiduciary duty to shareholders. So I'm trying to figure out how do you deal with this? But we need to understand that is still the mentality. I mean, you're in the business world. All of you have some experience with this, I know. This is the reality.
Yeah, and that's so true. I mean, yeah.
Respond to it a little bit too. I think the key is question and the problem are being framed in a way that's really counterproductive. When you think of climate as a war, there's only one outcome to wars, is both sides lose. No one ever actually wins a war. So you don't want to fight fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are responsible for 87% of emissions. Clearly, that's the problem, but who's winning right now? If anybody, if you look at the country where their currency is doing best, it's actually the ruble. If you want to look at what companies are doing best right now, they're coal companies followed by oil and gas companies. So clearly something's not working. The NIMBY perspective, where you say, don't drill here, that means they drill somewhere else where it's going to cost more. That means they're going to have worse standards in that other place. So what's the solution? The solution always has to be faster, better, and more sustainable. That's how you win. You have to pass all of those hurdles. So if you look at a company like a Tesla, a Toyota Camry right now costs the same as a Tesla Model 3. When you actually get to the point that a Tesla Model 3 costs half of a Toyota Camry, you don't have to worry about those implementation programs. They take care of themselves. If you look at solar 10 years ago, it cost about 70% more.
Now it's cheaper.
Now it's cheaper. So you don't have to worry about the implementation. You have to figure out how it's a win-win. And I think that's the key about thinking about it as an economy solution as opposed to a war solution, because nobody really, if you take money from Exxon, that doesn't actually have a net negative impact on the organization. Now, if it's like tobacco, that might be a bit different, but it's not like oil and gas are inherently evil. It's a lot better than it was 200 years ago.
They are inherently evil.
But that's why we have to get, they're bad, but what I mean is we have to get to better than where we were, because like 200 years ago, people, most of us wouldn't be alive today, myself included, because the average lifespan was like into the 30s, so we have to get better, not fight the underlying thing, because we all use the electricity, we all use the oil in our cars if we haven't moved to electric yet. It's not how do we get mad at the person who's selling us the thing that we're using, it's how do we get to the better solution.
I think part of what we're talking about is we really need to have a mind shift straight across the board. And one of the, sort of listening to the two different sides here. Part of what, and I was raised as a Taoist Buddhist, which makes it kind of interesting, but be like water. One of the ways in which we can change the way companies like ExxonMobil work is to start looking at, from your perspective, okay, I had hammered on me ROI, all during my Silicon Valley years. Part of how I started to shift company mindset, or even looking at solutions, is to show them how it makes them more money or how it lessens the impact on their finances. So if we, in essence, slide a solution in, look at a solution that is a positive return for who we're trying to change, we can often make things happen. One of the things I've been thinking a lot about is we're in the process in EnviroDynamics of working on a project that takes plastic waste out of the waste stream, upcycles it, and turns it into 3D printed furniture for public parks. Okay, we're working with the city of New Orleans right now. And part of what we did is we realized, okay, how are we going to fund this? City doesn't have the money. Well, they have a budget for purchasing benches for some of these parks, and we undercut that price. But we looked at, can we create a real circular economy project that starts to move that dial forward? We talked to people in the 9th Ward, where we have a building that we're utilizing for this project. And they said, well, we've been separating the plastic, but we got nowhere to put it. So we said, okay, what's the solution for that? In creating projects that are real circular economy with training for people in additive manufacturing and waste management, in looking at how do we partner with a nonprofit, to working with Global Green USA and Green Cross International in this project for staffing for certain things. We looked at how do we get corporate partners, right? Because we have to fund this and it's an expensive project. So one of the things that did come up, to your point, was recently with one of my people who was an account manager, partnership salesperson, was, oh, well, we don't want to do Walmart because Walmart, you know, even though but they're greenwashers. The truth is, if we only narrow the field, we will never get the project done. And what I have learned with cities and what I have learned with businesses and what I have learned is we need to collaborate with a win-win, even if it looks like a weird win-win for everybody, in order to get things implemented so that we then can turnkey them from place to place to place. So it's just one of the thoughts I want to kind of throw out there is, I think innovative thinking is really about looking at the whole problem, not just the silos, and looking at how do we think outside that box, you know, or like I want to say, beyond the rim. How do we think beyond the rim? How do we collaborate in ways maybe we wouldn't think to collaborate with? And I know, you know, one of my colleagues from the South, when I speak for Climate Reality Project and have since Al Gore trained me in 2013. When I speak in the South, I speak very differently than I speak in the North or I speak in another country. I literally will pull people up to, you know, two people from the audience. I'll stand sideways and I'll say, describe me. You see my face. Describe me from the back. You see my hair. I will look at the audience and say, which person's right? It doesn't matter. If you step outside, you can see the hurricane. If you step outside, you can see the tornado. If you can't breathe tomorrow because you've got asthma, and that's part of why I actually got really motivated too. I came out with adult asthma because I was living behind a freeway.
Wow.
Right. And at that time, I was living in the Bay Area, and the Bay Area had an F quality because we were all commuting from San Francisco to San Jose and Silicon Valley every day in 2 hours of traffic.
Well,
We can change things.
That's probably a really good
Yeah.
segue, too, to engage more audience participation, as well as our, not only from our studio audience, but also from our audience from around the world. Greg's living room is quite large. But if anybody, yes, please, go ahead. And then you.
Talking about your point, I don't think that like price competition will ever be a good enough way to address fossil fuel companies because, well, first of all, they're never held to standards of safety. They're never liable for all the harm they cause, like economically. And second of all, every time you try to make something cheaper, it's because you're taking advantage of somebody else's labor or land. It's because like the price competition is what has gotten us to where we are, right? Because every time you try to make things cheaper, just for the simplicity of competing within this capitalist system, is because you are taking advantage of something.
Squeezing the labor.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. We have to change the capitalistic system.
Yeah.
You shouldn't bully the standard, you should price carbon. So that was kind of more what I was getting at is,
Yeah.
it shouldn't be cheaper to just burn coal than it is to do
Well-
solar. You should have regulations that change that so that it's collaborating through a system that's accounting for those externalities rather than just saying, okay, it's free to burn.
Well,
carbon.
I've had a little bit of experience with the cap and trade program, and including an earlier version of it called the Reclaim program, which was for air pollution in Los Angeles. And these systems of pricing carbon are easily gamed, and they're lobbied by corporations. I mean, one of the things people don't know in California is that oil refiners are essentially given free credits by the state to fulfill their carbon emission reductions that are required by the state because they're quote-unquote trade exposed. So California can go all EVs, but these refineries can continue to operate and pollute communities, causing asthma, that sort of thing. It's a real concern. here in California to export the gasoline we once burned. That said, I would propose that one of the fundamental problems with the way environmentalists talk about environmentalism, and I am an environmentalist, is that they pretend and tell people that there will be no cost. The economy will grow. All boats will be lifted. And that is true in general, but there are people that are losers that pay costs. And we have not figured out how to address that problem. I'll give you an example. The Navajo power plant in Arizona was closed because California passed a law saying you can't renew contracts for coal power plants. Well, there was a coal mine out there that employed Navajo miners, and anyone ever been out to the reservation, you should, if you haven't been, and take a look. But those people were the only high-income earners in that community. They're making $80,000, $100,000 a year mining coal, and those people are out. And there is no replacement. The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, which was one of the biggest consumers of the power from that plant, talked about putting solar out there and opening a solar manufacturing plant, blah, 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 blah. Nothing ever happened. So you go to Appalachia and you look around, and the price of getting this legislation through, the Inflation Reduction Act, the money for fossil fuel, I mean, that is to sustain people in West Virginia and Appalachia where they do fracking. They're building chemical plants to make feedstock for plastic, that sort of thing. And, you can't just leave these people high and dry. This has created a backlash in this country. It's what's produced Donald Trump and has moved the Republican Party in this country from what once was a party with people like Robert Stafford, who backed environmental legislation, and John Chafee and Dave Dernberger, all in the Senate, who backed environmental legislation when Ronald Reagan was president, to today opposing anything that's environmental and wanting to undo everything that's been done. And it's because of this backlash that's been created in part by economic inequity, some of it driven by environmental policy, frankly. And that problem needs to be solved.
I wanted to follow up on the kind of the social justice aspect that you brought up and the policy. It seems like there's so many policies that are needed, but yet as consumers, we're not necessarily that well educated on policy. And I was just struck by also Symbol and how you become to advocate for certain important pieces of legislation. But I think there's so much education needed by people on how to affect policy change. What are the policies that are important and how do we do that? So that's one point. And I guess I also wanted to comment on the social justice aspect. It feels very helpless, like how do we address these social inequities? The pollution in, communities that has caused these health problems. How do we, what is the pathway, I guess? I'm just struggling with that.
I was going to say, education is so important, and I've said for a long time that one of the things we need to shift is we need to educate kids from the bottom up. This country, and I've lived in England, I've lived in France, I've lived in many countries, this country does not teach people politics. And they're not brought up realizing that we have power. We have power if we learn to take power in our vote. That needs to be another piece of this puzzle. I think we also need to look at connected localization. When we look at equity, our systems, when they become too large, and we'll be probably speaking about this later on this afternoon, But just briefly to say that we're globally connected, but we've disconnected the localities. So you talk about how do we help these communities from the inside out to make those shifts, to transition to a better way to have income than putting them in danger with coal. And there's a lot of work we need to do. And there are ways to start to shift this. But it's a mindset, and it's a big project.
I just want to have panelists,
Yeah.
any comments that they would.
Yeah, I would like to. I think it's interesting. We talked a little bit. You touched upon the cap and trade program, and there's a lot of policies that I don't think it's complicated, and the cap and trade in California, it has a lot of, it's got a lot of weaknesses. But one strength is that it funneled money into the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and that funneled money into local government.
Right.
And so as an example is we now have a program where we're able to go into disadvantaged community areas and help businesses replace everything that's inefficient in that business on the energy and water side. Businesses that might, aren't able to do that on their own because they have a very tight profit margin. So it is sort of taking, I think there's so many levels to this, and policy is not, it's not always, it's attempting to do one thing. And there are good things that come from that. And it does address, some social inequity at a local level when you start funneling those funds. So it's not all bad.
Yeah, I would agree. It's created a sizable pot of money that can be spent on green initiatives and carbon reduction. That's been a positive from it.
Kind of, but
Cynthia, go ahead.
yeah, I just want to say part of that pot of money has been used to pay consultants to draft climate action plans.
That's right.
And that's a little frustrating. A whole lot of money. I want to say something about Eugenie's point about education. We have to simplify the things that can be done. That's why the climate action, the 10 actions is an attempt to simplify and say, here's a framework. One of the things that's not up here is actually there are 10 processes also that we developed, but one of the most important ones is workforce development. People in communities have to be included in the process of this great transition. As our League of Women Voters president likes to put it, this is a heavy lift.
Yep.
We have a lot of work to do, and it can't be done only by consultants and engineering firms. It has to be, so we have a lot of unemployment in Pasadena, believe it or not. Heavily in underrepresented minorities. They need to be trained to make these transitions. And one of the great things about what Ursula is doing and this sort of like centralizing around her work, it was tremendously siloed. Now she's got the whole ball of wax of the climate action plan, which probably makes it hard for her to sleep at night, but it's really wonderful because she's going to have some authority to do something. But we've got to build in, for example, action number 6, community solar. How are we going to get those things done? Well, part of it is we have to train people in Northwest Pasadena to do some of the work, to actually, at the high level, at the skill level, at the semi-skilled, and at the low-skill level, get people involved. So that's the workforce development. You can't just have this work done from outside. It has to be done so that people get jobs.
The only thing with workforce development is that you need the jobs there when they finish the training. And this has been the downfall of previous efforts to do this. People are trained to do jobs that aren't there for them when they finish. And again, that goes back to the problem of economic equity. And there's no way to do this without some people paying more, to bring along the people that can't afford it. And that's, for the most part, the people in this room. And that's got to come some way through taxes, higher prices, changes in law.
Or investment. Sim, did you have a comment?
Yes, I've been waiting. I think there's important things that we need to acknowledge first is that, we cannot absolve the fossil fuel industry for the responsibility for causing the climate crisis. ExxonMobil knew in the 70s that what they were doing was going to cause a climate catastrophe, and they chose to cover it up. When Jimmy Carter put solar panels on the White House, Reagan came in, took it off, and we pushed back years of environmental efforts to protect our planet that could have been done in the 70s before my parents were born. I think that's important to acknowledge and know that moving forward, that we cannot work in partnership with the fossil fuel industry to move anything forward. I have stood face to face with fossil fuel executives pleading and begging for them to do something. I have gone into rooms in the Senate when they stood against us for SB 1173, and when I tried to talk to this guy, he literally ran out the room and I had to chase him down, and he was like, bye. So these people do not want to...
They don't want it.
They do not want to I'm sorry. I get really frustrated when I talk about this because, I'm literally facing the destruction of my entire planet, and literally my friends and family are dying from this. This is not a joke for me. This is serious, and I'm talking about a just transition. A just transition cannot include the people that are responsible for our destruction, period. You're not going to talk, or if someone has harmed you directly, are you going to bargain with them on whether or not you can move forward? I think this is completely out of the question. Not only that, but the fossil fuel industry has stalled our transition to renewable energy for the past 30 years, if not longer. That cannot be excused. They have to pay reparations first for the damage they have done to our communities because they are making record profits while we are suffering. Period, point blank. Gas prices are at record highs right now. They're making record profits, and we're not seeing any of that. When you're talking about right now is trickle-down economics. We know that stuff does not work, period. So when we move forward, we need to really take and consider the fact that what we need is a just transition, period, point blank. And in addition to that, it does come with education. I wouldn't be here today right now if I wasn't accidentally educated by the inconvenient truth. That, I was about 4 years old. That has stuck in my mind since 2006. So it is stuck with me, and I have seen the effects every single day in my neighborhood. I literally lost my grandma because of the fossil fuel industry, and so this is I don't know. This is a lot for me, but some wins that we are having within this is Los Angeles just passed a resolution to teach kids from K through 12th grade about the climate crisis and the impacts that we can have when it comes to civic engagement. Last night I held the only youth-led candidates forum in Los Angeles to connect youth with progressive candidates that are going to push for the change and pass the resolutions that we need, not just on the local level but the state level. And so there are steps that people are doing. There are ways that we can do this. It is not unattainable. But when we talk about preserving our future, we need to take it seriously and not just toy around. We don't have 10 years to figure this out. We have less than 6 years.
Okay, we have 3 minutes here, so I have two quick questions. We'll start with the gentleman here, over here.
Real quickly,
Okay.
Real quickly, you spoke about that committee for LAUSD. I've been on it for 2 years. We finally got it to the board. We finally got it approved. There's a climate curriculum committee working with LAUSD. We are doing things, and we're incorporating what we can from anywhere and everywhere around our country and the world. This education has to be spread anywhere and everywhere, and you all can help it. They took civics out of schools, so we don't know how to work our government.
Right.
So our government works us. So when we start to know that the power is in the people, what happens? The people have the power. We get to awaken the dreamer, which is all the cosmos right now, and change the dream, like Bucky Fuller said. When we do that, everything changes. When you mentioned about asthma, oh my God, I'm so sorry for you. There's a remedy for that. I had asthma, bronchial asthma, and allergies. I took a natural product that I was leading the humanities team in LA for a while, and a man gave me a 30-page document, a PDF file. I read it, I followed what it said. I lost my asthma. I took one bottle I was almost hospitalized. I took one bottle of this simple thing you can get at a vitamin store, cost me $25, and for 2.5 years I didn't have any asthma or allergies. When I started to get allergies back, I take the dosage, boom, I don't have it. You can start taking power in your life. When you mentioned about how to be peak performers, I've taught it all over the world with the Institute of Sports Psychology and Success Systems International. I will guide you any which way you want to be a peak performer in what you are doing here. It's my gift to you, because if you don't peak perform, what good is it? You and I are all one. We know that, we have the idea of it at least. So now we get to manifest it. So this win-win situation, donut economics, Amsterdam, Cali, Colombia, and Copenhagen all have donut economics in their cities. We can make Los Angeles and Fort Worth and any other place in the bloody planet donut economics. And it's a win-win-win-win situation. Thank you.
That's great.
Yeah,
We have one more question. We got about a minute. You go ahead. Oh, did you have a question?
No, I just want to mention something, if I may.
Yes, yes.
Los Angeles has decided to make their transition to no carbon-free energy by 2035. So that's good. Sacramento by 2030. So cities can do this. They can take this action. Aspen has been carbon-free since 2014. Palo Alto took the decision and implemented it, I think, in 2016. Then they were off it for a couple of years, I think, now, but they're going to go back on. So Pasadena can do that, but we all have to push the city. It's really important. Please turn out October 24th. Even if you don't live in Pasadena, please come to the rally.
Falima, did you have a comment? Yes.
Okay,
Well, that's the last comment.
so everybody just have to open your ears to understand my accent. Anyways, my point is about the social justice aspects of the transitioning to green energy, because I used to work for a major oil and gas company. I worked for like 10 years before I moved to the sustainability field, the green field. And I still have a lot of friends who are still in the industry. And according to what one of the panelists said, is that if we're pushing for us to move to the green energy, we have to be conscious. We have to really have a practical solution as how that is going to impact the people that are currently working in the fossil fuel industry. Because we need to have something in place for them. Otherwise, they'll continue to fight back. It is just the reality of life. Because if people are not sure of how they're going to sustain themselves financially, as individuals and as a family, and even as a company, they would definitely fight back whoever is trying to stop their source of income. So I think the emphasis should be, or the policy, whatever policies that we're making, we should be conscious of how it's going to impact the people who are currently in the industry, and what are the solutions that we have in place to accommodate these people eventually at the long run. That's my comment.
Well, it was a great comment to end our discussion. I want to say thank you to all of our panelists here. Give them a big round of applause. And I'll turn it back over to Greg.
Okay, I'm here to remind you we have donuts left. Two more important things. You all have some sticky notes on your tables there and some pens and markers. Please use the markers and you'll notice across the 3 flip charts on the back wall there, any aha moments that you've had here, light bulbs went off, like this one mine says, you can't do it without money. We need to create weird win-win situations. Who said that? They took the civics out of the school, so we can't work government, so now government works us. And we need city-based solutions. We need investor funds. We'll talk about that in a minute. Please take your sticky notes and put them back there on those charts. What lessons have you learned? What partner ideas have you already come across? And what aha moments have you had? So we want to put all the ideas down there so people can learn from each other's energy and learn from each other's ideas. Second, I'm going to be taking names here. I ask you to please fill out your handout. If I walk around and see that you don't have anything on your handout, you're in trouble, mister, right, or miss. So that's two things. What else? Oh, you guys were all asked to put some check marks on a flip chart back there about what your interests and your passions were. The top vote getters were city-based solutions, investor funds, water, the circular economy, and technology. So we'll be gathering together again. We'll let you know. In those specific industry areas, we'll have some little tents up on the tables here, so you can, when you come back, you'll be organized. Is that happening over lunch or over? That's at lunchtime, right? That's at lunchtime. So we'll tell you more about that. But we'll have the table tents up so you can organize by, not at the same tables right now, but by those interest areas, so you can have people who are interested in the same things you are, so we can take this to the next level and start talking about how we want to work more effectively together. Anybody who's posted aha moments back there or any other ideas, if you want to just kind of go back there and put your name on it so we know who had these great ideas, that would be very cool for us as we want to follow up with you folks later. Okay, what do you think so far? Thumbs up? Yeah. Okay, so along the way, I think that Thank you. This we're gonna have to separate you guys. Yeah, this is becoming a habit. Okay, so I think the best thing that's been for me is talking to so many people who are kindred spirits. I mean, Ursula and I spoke about this before the last conference a year ago, and I just felt great and that we needed to work together. And Victoria and I have been talking about this for a couple of years, and John Michael and a lot of folks in this room, Chris, and so many people. But in the process of this, over the last 4 or 5 or 6 months, just meeting people like David Miller, and more recently, the gentleman who put that other list, where's that poster over there, please, if you haven't read that yet, the guy who started the Wave Northwest, Dave Rice, who drove up from Orange County, that's like a 5-hour drive, right? In the rain. People who I know I'm going to be working with in the future, just made me feel so good. Leonard talking over the last 4 or 5 months, and next time we're going to get Sustainable Brands to talk here too. But one of the guys that inspired me is David Miller, who's going to be up here in a minute, but I want to show you a quick video, and it's actually just a clip of his video and to see what he's all about.
There's a technology breakthrough at this plant behind me that could enable us to reverse climate change. In this video, I'll tell you how it works and why we're investing to reverse climate change. Hi, my name's David Miller, and I'm the portfolio manager of the Strategy Shares Halt Climate Change ETF, ticker NZRO on the NASDAQ. I'm standing in front of the Climeworks Orca plant right behind me. The Climeworks Orca plant is the world's largest direct air capture carbon sucking plant in the world. What it does is it uses geothermal power, which is 100% sustainable, from the Hengitt volcano right here in Iceland. And it takes that geothermal power to power giant fans that suck air out of the atmosphere, put that air through a filter to remove the carbon dioxide, and pump it into carbonate rocks that can be buried permanently beneath the rock layer. This factory is responsible for doing the same amount of work as 200,000 trees in 1/1000th of the space. If we had 40,000 of these full-scale factories, we could likely get to net zero carbon emissions and avert climate change.
I mean, how cool is that? When I was in the nonprofit sector, I used to call people like that money grubbers, asset managers, and now I know that people like David are about finances, and he's talking about tickers and NZR, what ETFs, foreign language to me. But this video, when I saw it, I know this guy has a big heart for the environment too, and he's got to be part of the solution. I don't think we can say no to many folks. There may be some people we don't want at the table who are still polluting the planet seriously. But everybody else, we need to extend a hand and say, okay, how can we work together? Because we're all human beings, bottom line, right? Their kids are going to pass away, or their elderly parents are going to pass away like ours if we lose the climate, if we lose the planet. So David Miller is, and I think he was pretty much half frozen in that video, right? It looked like it, or is that Iceland? I think it was Iceland. They don't call it Iceland for nothing, right? Okay. Yeah, I've been in the Arctic Circle. I know it's cold up there. So David Miller is the Chief Investment Officer and Portfolio Manager for Strategy Shares, but he's also the Portfolio Manager for NZRO, and I'll let you explain that. And joining him on the panel are Leonard Robinson and Angela Madison. We don't know if Tom Ducrot, is he zooming in? Okay, and Chris Cheng, did we find Chris? Okay, so let me just invite David up and you can introduce Leonard and Angela and have your panel, okay? Please help me welcome him.
Yeah, so love to introduce what we're doing on the impact investing panel. As you could see in that video, I kind of wish I knew ahead of time exactly how cold it is up on top of a volcano in Iceland before I tried to shoot that video. But you know, as you can see there, the concept of what we're trying to do with impact investing is trying to figure out how, instead of looking at others as the real cause of the problem, how do we look at ourselves as the cause of the problem so that we can get a solution to it? Because it's very hard to stop other people from doing something by, you know, putting up a fight, but we have control over ourselves. And for the most part, yeah, is ExxonMobil bad? Sure, they're bad, but most of us are probably customers of Shell or ExxonMobil, or, you know, for turning the lights on. So if we're going to be doing those things anyway, because no matter how bad we feel about it, not too many of us are really ready to go back to how life was, you know, 300 years ago, where, you know, feelings are important, but nobody cared about the environment 300 years ago, and the environment was a lot better. A lot of people cared today, but now we have this situation where climate change is dramatically worse. The big difference is life was pretty short and brutish a few hundred years ago, and none of us enjoyed air conditioning or motor vehicles or you know, comfortable ways to live our lives with food that was readily accessible. So the real question is, how do we actually solve the problem, but solve the problem in a way that's better for everybody, all of the stakeholders? And I think the really difficult thing is, you know, we've talked about a lot of things like cap and trade, or what do we do about companies in the oil and gas industry. But when you actually look at how things have been moving, it just keeps actually getting a lot better. You know, if you lived in London a few hundred years ago, it was pretty hard to breathe because the air was full of soot. So yeah, is burning fossil fuels bad? Sure, but burning coal and burning wood to get our heat was worse. Coal was worse, but natural gas is a little bit better. But we just keep getting in the better direction. You know, we're now moving towards solar. We're moving towards, hopefully, more energy coming from nuclear, more energy coming from wind, more energy coming from sustainable sources. And when we're looking at impact investing, we're trying to figure out the only way we're really going to win with sustainability is if we're getting rich doing it. Nobody is going to really win by starting a fight. You never really see the person starting the fight as winning the end cause. But when you look at these companies, like you look at, for example, SolarEdge or an Enphase Energy. If you looked at solar power 10, 20 years ago, some people were doing it, but very few, because it was going to objectively be far cheaper to get your electricity off of the power grid from your local utility than it was to just put some panels up on top of your own house and get it cheaper. So if you can actually get your electricity cheaper, yeah, we can actually, I think, hold ourselves to a higher standard. We don't have to say there has to be this green premium if there's a better way to do it. And frankly, it's easier to put some panels up on your roof than it is to dig a hole in the ground, try to get some raw black gold out, and then try to turn it into usable oil, or to, you know, go down there, ruin our lungs trying to get coal out, when you have this enormous power plant up above us that's running on unlimited fusion power, and it just keeps going and doesn't cost us anything. We just need to figure out the best ways to access that. And if you look at these companies like Enphase, their stock's been up 100x over the past few years because they're doing it better. Because now we're at the point where 80% of homeowners in the United States can get their power cheaper through solar. So it doesn't matter if people are willing to make the sacrifices or not. If people can get their power in a way that's cheaper and more reliable and better for the environment, that's clearly where we get to the real win-win type of situation. If you look at a company like a Tesla, and you wanted one 10 years ago, it was a little sports car that cost over $100,000, very hard to find a place to charge it, very hard to figure out a way that you could get it repaired, very hard to actually figure out if it was practical because it was a little two-seater, had very little range, whereas today Model 3 can go 300 miles. It costs the same as a Camry, but you don't have to pay for the gasoline. So I think these are really the core solutions. Once you get electric vehicles to a price that's actually less than the Toyota Camry, it's very easy to convince people how to do these things. You don't need the implementation plan if the solution is better, because that's just generally how human nature works. So those are really the solutions that we're trying to figure out. And we're trying to figure out how to do it in areas where it can't necessarily be done in the most optimal way today, but there's investments that could be made that could have payoffs that are 100x 10 to 15 years from now if we can find that right, true, inspiring solution. So it's not just the companies like a SolarEdge or an Enphase Energy or NextEra Energy that's the largest supplier of wind and solar, but it's also companies like Microsoft, where instead of committing to net zero, when you say you're committing to net zero, sure, you can also go live in the woods and achieve net zero that way. But it's really interesting when you see a company committing to net negative carbon emissions, where they're saying we're actually going to be a net positive solution. We're not just going to be sustainable, but we're actually going to go out and make it better. And they're not committing to things like that by 2050, but rather by 2030. And they're holding themselves accountable to those types of standards today. So like, if you look at like what we're doing in this NZRO fund, part of it is looking at these companies like a SolarEdge and Enphase, but part of it is also looking at these companies where that's not their core business, but they're actually committing to making the world a better place today. And if you look at Microsoft, and you see that plant that they had out there, this plant on top of this Hengill volcano in Iceland, that was run by Climeworks, but that was funded by part of a little bit of what we're doing, but mostly by Microsoft, where they've trying to figure out how do we actually get the carbon dioxide that's already up in the atmosphere, and then how do we get it out of the atmosphere and back down beneath the rock layer where it used to be and where it really belongs. And it's kind of neat. What that plant's doing is it uses this unlimited geothermal power that you have from this essentially enormous volcano underneath Iceland. It uses that power to suck all that carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. It pulls it through this amine filter that removes the carbon dioxide and then condenses it into a carbonate rock so it can be buried beneath the rock layer. So what's really cool is plants are the best if you have enough plants, but we're doing so much damage today that we need these better technological solutions. And one of these plants that they're working on today through another company called Carbon Engineering can do the equivalent work of about 40 million trees, but in 1/1000th the space through an even more advanced one of these carbon removal facilities. Unfortunately, that plant that they have out in Iceland that I was doing in the video, that was the largest in the world, even though it's still relatively small. But that next version, where you get into 40 million, once you're at 40 million trees worth, if you actually had an equivalent number of those carbon removal plants, you could offset everything that's being done globally from all of the emissions from all the power plants on Earth. So, it's not the most complicated problem in the world. 87% of the problem is coming from burning fossil fuels. So if you can figure out how to either stop burning fossil fuels or take the emissions that are coming from fossil fuels and remove them, there are some really neat solutions, even to what seems like really dirty energy solutions today. Like, if you look at coal's pretty close to as bad as it gets. But if you look at this one plant that they've got out in Western Canada, it's kind of neat. What they have is they still use coal, but when they burn that coal, they have this enormous carbon removal system that they use. So it essentially takes out all of the emissions and then turns them back into carbonate rocks and then buries them before they ever hit the air. So essentially, if you can really price carbon in a way such that you're directly solving for the problem, we do actually have a lot of the technology today. We just need to make sure we're doing it in a way that we think is better. And that's really what we're striving to do in this NZRO ETF through impact investing, but then also offsetting any of the emissions of the existing companies that are in the portfolio that haven't gotten to net zero yet by buying about 12,000 kilos per year of carbon removal services through Climeworks ourselves, so we can make sure we're net negative carbon, similar to what Microsoft's trying to do by 2030, or where Google has been 100% sustainable since I think about 2007. So that's kind of the idea of what we're doing in there. And then I'd love to bring on some of the panelists that we have. So we have Chris Sheng from Growth Advisor from Mucker Capital. Angela Madison from Clean California Education Campaign and Caltrans, Leonard Robinson, Sustainability Consultant of the Archdiocese of Atlanta, and myself. So I'd love to get started with the panel. Just love to start off by hearing about what you're doing and how people in your arena are handling impact investing and impact on the environment generally, and what they're doing to share resources.
Well, I'm extremely transparent, so nothing. But my position, I am the statewide manager for Clean California, which is Governor Newsom's $1.1 billion initiative. He initiated it, but it is a bipartisan effort, which is a good thing, that we have legislators who are believing that Californians can make a change for California, to be better to ourselves, to be better to one another, and to be better to our natural resources. The problem is I have to fight every day because many of the people I work with have not wrapped their head around what can be done, its impact, and how we make it happen, because it's shifting from, their typical standards. So when I say nothing, I don't absolutely mean zero, but because there are, the wheels are turning, but it's almost as if we have block wheels. So we're not moving smoothly just yet. And for those of you who have not heard about the initiative, it started as primarily an anti-litter campaign, similar to Don't Mess with Texas. So 100% of, well, I shouldn't say 100%, 98% of those campaigns nationwide in our territories and internationally typically start with the Department of Transportation. So this one was launched in 2021, July, technically in May of 2021, but if you know the fiscal year for the state is July 1st. So July 1st, 2021, and it was primarily just Caltrans picking up efforts, creating jobs to pick up the litter that's there. The problem is the source of the litter. And someone said earlier, education, education, education. It's very important that we understand the impact we're making to our state, not just the planet. And then the second piece, the communication is key. Someone mentioned earlier on a panel that am I going too far? Am I going? Because you asked what we do. Okay, perfect. So someone said earlier that you wouldn't go to the people who have dogged you and ask them for anything. As a person of color, we do it every day.
That's right.
So, because, we know there are disparities in this country. We know there are inequities. So we literally do it every day. Me working for the government, I'm the first Black person in management in public affairs, period. And this is 2022. So I cannot tell you that I don't go to the people who have wronged me to properly communicate and get them to go, even if I just get the eyebrow raised, that's something for me. I can't change everyone, but I can at least make you think. And I am going to challenge you to think. every single day. So yes, so I mean, I know earlier one of the panel members said that, you know, Exxon ruined this, they started this ruining. Absolutely, absolutely. But we need to grab that money that they have. I don't care if it, you know, because blood money I can turn to good money to save some blood. So so anyway, so we have to come together. It's small groups. Small groups can do it, but we need to get the world on board. Then the second piece that I want to say before I hand it off, and I am about to hand it off, is that, I promise, is that we have to watch how we communicate. We empower opponents in the way that we communicate. And one of them is when we say that we're saving the world or we're saving the planet, everyone in this room and beyond knows that's not true. What we're doing is saving the resources that sustain humanity. And so therefore, we're saving us. We're prolonging extinction, because extinction is ultimately inevitable if anyone doesn't know that, you know, but we are prolonging extinction in what we're doing. The planet will go on, maybe, if the asteroids don't come or whatever, but so I can't guarantee that either, but I can guarantee we are not saving the planet. So we should stop saying save the planet. Finally, USC heard me, and I don't know if you saw an article that came out about a month and a half ago, because I say this everywhere, ask Greg. I say it everywhere. Stop saying save the planet. Stop saying save the planet. It empowers the opponents every single time, because it's foolish. It's downright foolish. It's not true. It's scientifically proved. You know, like, so I mean, why are we saying that? But when you tell someone we are saving us, you know, it changes. It becomes personal. We're all vested in that, at least I hope. I mean, you know, suicide is up. But anyway, so I'm going to stop there because I just promised I would, and I try to honor my promises. So, fellow panelists.
Well, to understand my perspective, I'll tell you a little bit about my background. I mean, I love to hear these stories of people who have migrated, their ancestors migrated. My ancestors were brought here by popular demand.
Right. Right.
And we get at the low end of the economic spectrum, raised that way. And my first observation of the environmental movement is pretty elitist. Oh, let's just raise the price of gas. That way people stop using it. But there's people that don't make that much money in a lower income thing. It affects them. Let's put solar panels on people's houses. Well, it doesn't do any good to put a solar panel on a house that doesn't have a good roof and anything. Who can't afford the solar panels anyway? So we have to be careful and take into mind equity of it. Now, my background, I started my environmental career in 1974 at the Joint Water Pollution Control Plant in Carson. I was a 19-year-old, and what we used to do is you used to take spent acid and spent cyanide to help break down the sewage, then pour the sewage in the ocean. Wow, that was great stuff. Then I graduated from there to toxic waste landfills. Used to be a toxic waste landfill in Palos Verde. Now it's a golf course there, but years ago that was a toxic waste landfill. There was a toxic waste landfill in Calabasas, right off of Lost Hills, where we take acids and cyanides. My job was to make sure the acid and cyanide didn't get mixed up or to kill everybody downwind. Pretty important job for a 19-year-old that loved to party. So, but I got intrigued in it because, again, my background, the African American community, we've had to do so much with so little. Recycling, that term didn't come up because that was just our standard operating procedure. So as we get into the environmental message, I go places and they want to talk about climate change. So show a picture of a polar bear or a picture of the rainforest. Well, my cousin's here and we didn't see any polar bears in Compton, did we? No. And how is that going to motivate me? And then I really feel for that Greta Thunberg that, you know, she's stressed about the climate. Well, I know girls her age and in the African American community are stressed about what am I going to eat next, what am I going to wear next, and everyday stressors. So I think if you're wondering why the community is a little bit slow to respond, because we've got so many hurdles. They say let's all take off running, but we've got a rock. You know, we're carrying a rock and everything, and carrying historical stuff. So anyway, back to my career. I've always had the tough jobs. I was an environmental manager at California's only steel mill. And right in the middle, somebody mentioned reclaim. We were right in the middle of reclaim. We had to make that work. Because if I didn't make it work, 350 people, most people of color, would be out of jobs. So I had to make it work, or the agencies would shut us down. I went from there, and I was working there, and I really had it wired, and I get a call from the governor's office. Office of Governor Schwarzenegger asked would I like to come aboard as an appointee to the California Environmental Protection Agency. So I said, sure, and the last thing they told me, said, welcome to the last bastion of apartheid in California government, Cal EPA. You know, that was my welcome. I'd go up to the building, here I am, big-time executive. I was there with an intern, and everybody kept looking at the intern, welcoming him as Mr. Robinson. Wow. And you still get that. This was 2004. So, and here I am, first African-American executive in Cal EPA. First has its good points, but it has its bad points too, because you become a target as well to make a difference. But that's okay. I'm 6'4". At the time, I was weighing close to 300 pounds. So I said, I'm going to give them something really to throw rocks at. So I was on that executive committee. I worked my way in the executive committee that created AB 32, the Global Warming Solution Act of 2005, California's climate change policy. And yeah, it has its warts, it has its challenges and everything, but it was one of the first pieces of environmental policy I was aware of that put disadvantaged communities, or I like to say, I don't want to say disadvantaged because that sounds like a big cosmic mistake.
Right.
Underserved
Thank
communities,
you.
put them in the front of the policy where investments will be made in underserved communities. Then they created the Cal Enviro Screen, which takes up a whole bunch of social and environmental data points to determine how is this money going to be allocated. So again, AB 32, or the climate change policy, has its warts, but it's still better than what we had. Well, my job at Cal EPA was that was one of the things the governor wanted me to do. He wanted me to get people in the middle on the conservative side to support AB 32. Well, that's difficult because the word climate change is a very polarizing word. You say the word, well, people either tune out or they get argument, and then we spend most of our time trying to convince people, climate change is this, climate change is that. Why don't we come together on the benefits of addressing climate change? Well, you know, wow, cleaner air, cleaner water, cleaner soil, jobs, and everything like that. So, you know, I always say the wolf will chase the rabbit, and the rabbit will run from the wolf, but neither want the forest to burn down. So, so we've got to find that common ground. And until we do that, both on the government side and on the, on the activist side and business side. But then I represent sales. I tell you, I get the tough jobs. Environmental manager at California Steel Mill. It was a straw vote taken. That was the toughest environmental job in California. But I enjoyed it because it gave me high profile, let me be very creative. So now I'm working in the Schwarzenegger administration. Difficult as well because now I'm in a Republican administration. I'm an African American Republican administration trying to talk about the climate and talk about environmental. Well, I moved to Georgia to retire, and that lasted about 2 weeks. And I'm Catholic, and so the Catholic Church, the Archdiocese came and said, we need a sustainability coordinator, and we need somebody high profile that knows what they're doing, and somebody that's not going to be too preachy, and people that, and it says you understand the dynamics because the Catholic Church is very conservative, and then now here it is. Catholic Church in Georgia, super conservative. So I had to describe climate change without using the word climate change. That's like describing a spiral staircase without using your hands. But I still had to do it because I always focused on these are the benefits. So we created, the Pope 6 years ago made our job easier. He wrote an encyclical, the Laudato Si, and that means praise be. And what that did, it told us these things that we need to do socially, economically, and environmentally. All three. You can't just have one. And said, don't forget, also don't forget where you're at. But number one, lead and act with love. That's what you have to do. No preconceived notion. People, we try to get our brains wrapped around things. I say, get your heart wrapped around it. There's more passion in it. So anyway, now we'll get back to impact investing because I told Greg, he says, what do you want to talk about? I said, I'd talk about anything. So he put me from my archdiocese in impact investing. But just recently, the Vatican decided to divest out of fossil fuels industry. So they pulled out right now, the first cut was $1.3 billion. we decided to leverage our size as 1.3 billion Catholics. In my archdiocese, it's 1.2 million Catholics. We're not only worshipers, we're consumers and we're voters. So, pulling together, that makes a powerful message. So they said, well, what can we do about the C word or the climate change? I said, well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about what it is, what it does, and let's make it applicable to everybody. So that's what we're doing, and we created what was called the Laudato Si Action Plan, which is a sustainability roadmap for the Catholic Church. Now, I keep bringing up the church because faith-based organizations are an underused resource in this environmental movement. We talk about business, we talk about government, we talk about nonprofits. Yes, the church tax-wise is nonprofit, but it has a totally different mission, totally different vision. And again, I can talk to 1.2 million Catholics with just one email right now. So we've got a great communication network. So we're constantly communicating about sustainability. I had to tell people sustainability is not a punchline. Sustainability is not a noun. Sustainability is a verb or an adverb because you don't get to the land, you don't get to the promised land of sustainability and everybody starts enjoying the milk and honey. It's a constant thing. It's very, very organic. So there's a bunch of passionate people like myself that are trying to get it organized. Atlanta is recognized as the sustainability leader along the Catholic churches nationally and internationally. And what we're doing is we have one of my partners, he works with Catholic organizations. I work with other partnerships. I go to with government, and they said, well, there's a separation of church and state. I said, well, I don't think the air recognizes the separation of church and state. I don't think water recognizes church and state. Soil doesn't do it either. So why do we have to do it? We're all humans. We're all here together, but we have a force, and we want to partner. So I'm working with the City of Atlanta. I'm working with the United Nations Environmental Program and everything, non-traditional Catholic things. And I'll even work with Walmart. Walmart does some things that we don't like, but you can't, if you try to get so pure, you'll be by yourself. Yep. You talk about being in a silo. So we say, okay, we agree with you on these points. We don't agree with you on that point. If we can agree to disagree, that's fine. So that's kind of what we do. Again, I love what I do because, again, I was going to retire, but didn't work. And what got me started in doing what I'm doing, my parents always raised me, leave your room in better condition than it was when you got there. So I decided to make the environment and the community my room. So, okay, now I'm open to questions and comments and everything else.
I still won't spend money at Walmart. I still won't spend money at Walmart.
Hey, this is
I take
Chris
money.
Sheng from Mucker Capital, and love to hear your perspectives on how Mucker Capital is partnering with organizations to do impact investing.
Yeah, so I focus most primarily on like go-to-market and growth strategies and helping take companies to market. At the end of the day, I wouldn't say we're necessarily impact investment focused. We do work with quite a few different types of VC firms that are out there, doing primarily impact investing as it relates back to climate change and things that impact the environment. A few of them, one of them amongst that is Joyful Ventures, but there's a few other ones, including the Impact Fund, that make investments into, I think, some of the things that me personally find more meaningful, which is, I think, encouraging a plant-based diet, things like going vegan and changing the way where we source our foods and what we're ingesting can have a large impact on climate change. That's something that I corely believe in. But I think most importantly, outside of just making investments into great founders and then great ideas, it's getting to the mass market and commercial adoption, which is really critical. We work with companies that are reducing CO2 levels by working with manufacturing facilities to getting their employees back and forth through shuttle services versus, doing individual vehicle transporting. We've worked with companies that are helping with sustainable farming by providing better visibility into mapping fields for higher yield productions. So there's a lot of different types of technologies and companies that are doing really interesting things that I think can make a big impact. But I think the bigger question here a lot of times is then, how do you take somebody with that great idea and get that commercialization? Because unless we can make big movements on a commercial scale, at the end of the day, you know, it's the impact will be relative based on how successful you're able to do that.
Thank you, and I'd love to hear from the panel collectively on where your organizations are partnering with other organizations on impact relative to the climate, and then also what you feel is the best way to measure that type of impact, both from a goals perspective and an accountability perspective, as we measure and see where we're going towards our goals.
Okay, I'm a recovering engineer, so I believe that, you know, I still have this thing that if you can't measure something, you can't manage it. With the Archdiocese of Atlanta, we've got 100 parishes. We did audits on, we've done water audits, waste audits, and energy audits at 25% of them. And how did we talk them into it? We said you'd be able to save money because they weren't buying the polar bear and the rainforest, but they were buying the pastors and the business people. That's who I was talking to, the people that handle the money. You can cut down on your energy bills, and you can use that for other ministries inside. So we did that, and we measured it. So now we're going to the point where we're saying we're going to cut down our energy use by 25% within the next 7 years, and it can be done. Now, we have some parishes in underserved communities that don't have the money. Well, what I did is I went out and I found the money for them to, number one, get the roofs constructed. Number two, to get an audit, because you just don't slap solar panels up until you do an energy audit and you've done all the insulation and everything else that you're supposed to do. Then you get the solar panels. But if they want to get something else or another HVAC system or something like that, we went and found the money. And the way they pay us back is give us a percentage of the money that you save. We're going to put that into a revolving fund to give to other parishes and everything. That, and then we have Georgia Interfaith Power and Light that's been very, very helpful in giving us funding as well. So I've learned in government, when somebody in government says we don't have the money, if it's something they really want to do, they'll find the money. I experienced that in state government. We never had the money, but now we have money left in our budget. It's getting towards the end of the fiscal year, and what's the mantra of government? Use it or lose it. Nobody wants to lose that big, juicy budget, so we go out and buy a bunch of computers and everything. So there's always money, but it has to be a thrust. It has to be driven, and we have to get active. So now we're educating people. Hey, maybe take your retirement fund and look at, maybe invest in this. So I'm going to have sustainability investors, and I need to meet as many as I can to come in and talk on our we have a podcast, to talk on a podcast on people on sustainable investing to the Catholic Church, but we want to move beyond the walls of the Catholic Church. So managing your money, managing your portfolio is very, very important, and manage it in the right way.
Same to you, Angela. I know you're not very happy with what's being done thus far and what you think those goals
I shouldn't
should be
say I'm
and how
not
that
happy.
count for them. Okay.
I didn't say I'm not happy.
Well, I just meant that they weren't doing much yet. What do you think they should be doing and how to hold them accountable?
So what I'm doing is, because I do have limitations within government, and funding is not one of them. Right now, we have a surplus in all of our funding. It's now $1.2 billion initiative. We just got another $100 million for local grants. But for me, I'm not reinventing the wheel. Just as my co-panelist said a moment ago, there are organizations that exist that are already doing it, and they're doing it right. So whether it comes to tree planting and planting the right native vegetation to pull the emissions and carbon, then we have those organizations. So what I'm trying to do is, or what I'm doing, I've done it with a couple already, is establish strategic partnerships so that they do it and we have stop, Greg. So they do what they do and we empower them, and they partner with the state to go community by community or county by county. Because right now, what my focus is to make sure that we're making an impact in all 58 counties. But as you know, and I'm sure you've all read it, there's a focus on equity, which I'm happy about, But and thank you so much, because I've had to fight to make sure we change the language from disadvantaged community, putting the onus on the community, to underserved, putting the onus on the state. So, but equity is not a balance beam. It's not a seesaw, it's a balance beam. So for me, there's certain energy and resources, finances, and projects that we have to do in underserved communities to make it a level playing field. And then from there, we should serve everyone. It shouldn't be what they blame on the system, because the system is people, what we do. So basically, to answer the question, what I'm doing is not reinventing the wheel, but creating strategic partnerships with those who are doing it and doing it right. And I am fully vetting, so it's taking time, because, everyone has a very good pitch. And, but you need to delve deeper to make sure that they're doing it, and to make sure that it's effective, efficient, and empowering communities, and educating the students along the way and those who are benefiting. So that's a piece of my measurement, going into the measurement piece. I'm measuring the conversation, because obviously my goals are a little bit different than the engineer. So therefore, I'm measuring the conversation. I'm measuring what the impact of how many in the community, how they're getting involved, and seeing those numbers increase. Those are the things that matter to me. So, and then seeing the teenagers on social media starting to hashtag Clean California and what they're doing, those are measurements for me. And it's changing behavior. So as a matter of fact, I could use all of your assistance when it comes to what I want to do a pledge, but what those items will be. Is it in realistic type of terms? So is it not buying paper towels for 3 months, committing to that, to doing reusable towels? Is it, is that an option that's on there? So anyway, those are ways that I'm measuring, and those are the steps that I'm taking to make a difference.
And Chris, love to hear what you're seeing portfolio companies at Mucker are doing to partner with other organizations to hit their sustainability goals as an organization and hold themselves accountable.
Yeah, I think when we look at businesses and startups that are looking to, do different types of things that are helping for overall economic and environmental sustainability. I go back to that commercial adoptability. I think on the government level, the unit of measurement is a little bit different, than what we look at from investment and then business perspective. When we say commercial adoption, it's how do you get the consumer to buy into some of these larger big picture initiatives, right? I think a lot of these things have been going on where, it almost feels like running on a hamster wheel at certain times, where, generationally you see these new ideas keep popping up. But something like the electric car, for example, with Tesla, the electric vehicle has been around for, 20, 30 plus years. And it's only now we're seeing in the past 5, 6, 7 years where there's mass market adoption. So how do we get to that kind of a place where, we're building a ecosystem for the consumer, where the narrative is not just about sustainability, but ultimately, how is it going to help them improve their bottom line or top line in some way, shape, or form? And that could be in the form of, not just financial, motivation, but just intrinsic motivation to that individual and their future, and whatever that might entail as part of what's important to them in terms of their story and their lives.
The intrinsic motivator is key. It's key, because we talk about convenience, and that's real. Money matters. And as a matter of fact, someone just told me, "Don't worry about the money. This is because you love it." I said, "But I also like eating." But anyway, money matters. When you're feeding, it comes to survival of the fittest. When you are feeding your family or even feeding yourself, we want to survive as human beings. So we must consider those things with the actions we take to sustain life.
Yep.
And if that's not considered, then we've missed the mark. And we've also, again, empowered opponents. So when you shut down the coal plant, which is a conversation earlier. If you shut down the coal plant and you don't consider those who have, for generations fed their families on that, then that's a major miss. And are we really being compassionate and caring about a life? It's just, like those who are pro-lifers, you don't take care of them after they're born. There's a problem there. There's a missing element that is realized by many. So we must, be consistent across the board, not just say, let's take care of our natural resources to sustain life, but then we don't care about your life. So those are things we have to factor in when we're making these decisions. It's imperative that we do.
Yeah. And then some of the best investments you make are the ones you don't make. Like, again, the Catholic Church pulling out of fossil fuel. Well, now here come all the battery people and all the alternative energy people. Well, yeah, we're going to invest in batteries so you can pay that South African 13-year-old more to mine and stuff like that. No, we're not going to do that. So we have to be really careful. So you have to be careful. And then, like I say, we'll hold up Exxon and Mobil and we'll torture them and crucify them. And we hold up Google and Microsoft as this is where we want to be. Well, net zero not only describes their environmental, net zero describes their African American and people of color executives and women executives they have at Google and Microsoft as well. So net zero works both ways. Don't lose your social equity conscience as you're doing it. Exxon hires more minorities, has more women in power in positions than Google and Microsoft. But we don't like what they do, but think about it. Like she said, you have to eat. So do not lose your social conscience when we've come up with these great ideas, because who are we leaving behind? And that's what I've learned, through my Catholic walk is we have to worry about the people, the little ones, the weakest link in the chain. We have to care. We're only going to go as far as we take them. We can't leave them in the back. And again, this is why the Archdiocese, usually people want to get us involved because they want to give us their used clothes and used furniture and our Catholic charities. We want to get involved in policy. Have us at the table. I always believe if you're not at the table, you're going to be on the menu. So I really, again, I'm looking for partnerships. I'm looking for investment companies to come in and talk to us. I'm looking at technology companies. Education, we're going to start educating. We're going to start integrating sustainability into our education, K through 12, because we do have our own schools. But again, we want to partner as well.
I'd love to hear questions from the audience.
In the spirit of the living room conversation, where we could be emotional and we could be frank, I want to say that I think we should stop talking about individual action, and we should stop talking about the market taking care of these things. I think these are both mythologies. If I plant trees in my backyard, that's good. If I plant 100 trees, that's good. I like to invest in the market too, but it doesn't work that way. When I was a young lawyer, I worked on the asbestos cases in defense. And one of our arguments, and we were talking about this, one of our arguments was, anybody can stop using asbestos if they want to. And also they shouldn't smoke. And if they didn't smoke, it wouldn't be so much of a problem. It's this individual action excuse. And then there's the market excuse, which is, cigarettes, people will stop buying cigarettes. The market will reflect that. The reality is these things don't work. It requires government action. It requires the kinds of programs Jeannie is going to be able to implement.
Angie.
Or that, I'm sorry, Angie.
That's okay. Jeannie's good.
We need a name. Or that Ursula is able to implement. Specifically, things that I would like to put on your agenda that I see as obstacles. In Pasadena, we need to stop buying coal and gas, right? So part of that is we need some distributed generation. We need some solar at the local level. We need community solar, like Habitat for Humanity has done some wonderful programs, I think in Ohio, where they will set up and install solar fields or solar panels on school parking lots and in various other locations they have. And that will enable the community to have very low utility bills if they can benefit from that. Another example is, or another problem or obstacle is, if we're going to switch to some distributed generation, some measure of rooftop solar, in Pasadena, we need batteries. We need batteries not just for individuals, but we need bulk storage. That costs money. Who's going to pay for that? The state. Use some of that surplus to look into that. Look into how we can have, how we can fund. Pasadena just doesn't have the budget. Most cities don't just happen to have the budget for these things. But this is state action. This is not the market.
So we have another round of local grants happening. You need to talk to Pasadena and have them apply for a grant for that specific issue, to resolve that specific issue, because it falls right under the category of Clean California. So and they're going to do workshops. The local assistance program, the one that, you know, they facilitate the local grant program. They will start holding workshops. I want to say the RFP, and don't quote me on this, I will send you an email. I will send it to Greg. He can send it to everyone here. But I believe it's January 23rd is when the RFP will be advertised. So it's only $100 million. We initially had 296 that we did in the first round. We received, we had 296 available. We received $768 million worth of requests. So this round, it's less than that. It's $100 million. So definitely attend the workshops, you know, for the city of Pasadena, because they would be the one to actually put the application in. Make sure they attend the workshops so that they can make sure they complete the package properly to get that funding. But I'll definitely send that out to have it distributed with all of the dates, and you can also get it on cleanca. Well, I don't know, because I'm the one who's over adding that, and I know I haven't added that, but cleanca.com. Okay, and question?
Cool. I just had a few comments. You know, first, we started off talking about CCS, you know, carbon capturing systems, and, you know, unfortunately, it is a false solution. You know, it requires exponential amount of energy that the coal plant is producing to capture that carbon. And then on top of that, like, it's extractive resources. You know, we're talking about water that is being used to, you know, turn this into something that you put in the ground. And in addition to that, like, it only works if you can maintain it, keeping it inside the ground. And, you know, 100 years from now, is a fossil fuel company going to be, you know, responsible for that? And then second, you know, Ms. Angeles made a few comments about what I said. Firstly, you know, we're not taxing companies that are harming our communities, like, period, point blank. They're slipping through, you know, government systems. And when I said, you know, I don't want to bargain with these people that are harming me and harming my community, I'm coming from talking from experience. You know, the United States government promised us 40 acres and a mill. It hasn't happened.
Right.
You know, they promised treaties that were broken, that they stole from my people and forced us to move west. And so, you know, when I'm talking about bargaining with these people, I'm saying that we have been stabbed in the back for hundreds of years. And so even like this time last year, ExxonMobil got caught on video with their executives saying that they control, talking about how Joe Manchin is in their pocket, talking about how we don't have the political will to go toe-to-toe with them, and that's true. So how can we bargain with someone we don't have the political will to go toe-to-toe with? You know, unfortunately, these are like oversights and things like that. And I understand everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and I respect that. But like at the end of the day, you know, we are up against a system that has more power than us, that have more money than us, and attempting to barter with them when we don't have the political will, we don't have the money to go toe-to-toe with them, it's a failure. And then in addition to that, you know, save the planet, everyone talks about whether or not this is a good thing to say. But like at the end of the day, we are living in a 6th mass extinction that is caused by humans. And in my culture, you know, as an indigenous person to this land, we don't see ourselves as separate from the land. We are part of the land. We have lived this way for hundreds of thousands of years before Christopher Columbus came. So when we talk about seeing ourselves as separate from the land and seeing as, you know, humanity first, we have caused over 70% of, you know, environmental destruction and the animals to die. Like, they matter too. They are our relatives. We come from this land. We are a product of this earth as they are. And so, you know, to think in a mindset where we are separate from them, it's setting us up for failure. We should be going back to the practices where we are part of the land. And that is what we need to be doing moving forward. We need to take everything into account. Because guess what? If the animals die, we die next. And so even if you're staying off, you know, extinction, we're living in an extinction that is caused by us. That's happening at the end of the day. Like, this is caused by us. And we need to rectify the situation and go back to preserving life. And that means all life, because we cannot live in a silo. We do not live separately. California is connected to the rest of the globe, is connected to the rest of the earth, and we are all living on top of other living things. But, that's my piece, but, everyone's entitled to it.
So I think you may have taken the entire 3 minutes, but I'm going to take another 30 seconds to respond to you. We don't disagree. We are on the exact same page, with the exception of maybe some of the pieces, the elements of extinction. But we're on the exact same page. My uncle died overnight, last night, in Oklahoma, okay? So I have, the emotions. But anyway, I too have indigenous blood running through me. We are all connected. I don't care who you are. I don't care what your background is, what your ethnic relationship or makeup is. We are all connected. The animals, the plants, the trees, the rocks, every single thing, person, place, how you learn it in elementary school. We're all connected. And my Irish immigrant great-grandfather would say so. We red-haired, green-eyed. So I am all of that standing in front of you. So we are not disagreeing. What we are discussing and respecting one another's perspectives is in the process of getting to the solution and the conclusion that we all agree on. And that needs to be a discussion. I don't believe equity, it needs to continue to be a discussion. I think it needs to happen. Like you said, that, I hear people every day saying, well, at least we're having a conversation. Well, it's been hundreds of years that the conversation has happened with no change. So we need to act. So my point is, if in our acting, we only act with those who think like us, we will not get to the end goal we want. But we need to do it on our terms. Yes, we are fighting Goliaths. Absolutely, we are fighting Goliaths. But I guarantee if we come together, understanding that our end goal is the same, and we come together on that method, you don't go to war with an enemy and not have a plan for war, and you don't study the enemy. As a matter of fact, a lot of times you take those prisoners of war and you interrogate them to the point that you can infiltrate your enemy even more. So that's basically what I was speaking to. Not that we have different goals, because trust me, when I heard you speak earlier on your panel, my heart fluttered. Literally, it fluttered. I felt it, like I'm getting goosebumps right now. So let's understand what we disagree on. What we disagree on is the method, but we can all come together and do some compromising and figure out the method, because we are taking down many Goliaths, not just one. And but again, if we remain focused that we are all in the same game, like Michelle Lay said. But anyway, we're all in the same game. If we focus on that we're all connected, then I promise you, the love we have for one another and the passion that we have for what we're trying to accomplish for humanity and all of the beautiful Milky Way that we exist in, we will accomplish great things, because energy is never destroyed. Never destroyed, it's only transferred. So if we transfer this into love energy and positive energy, we can make a change, especially with the brainwashing elements of the government and religion. As you stated, we have to get the faith-based organizations, because when you're touching the masses, you have to get there. So if we can do that, if we can do that, then we can accomplish the goals that we're trying to have. So I'm definitely not against you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, that's the end? I know, right? Wait a minute. And I used to be on television. I should know 30 seconds.
Speaking of love energy, it's my turn again.
Okay. I love you, Greg.
Okay, very cool. So we were talking before in the room, in the ante room, about how this was my living room. And that's what I've heard today. Thank you so much for coming from your heart, for being passionate, for getting emotional and being willing to share those emotions. We also talked about, hey, we're business guys and we're nonprofits and we're individuals and we're young and old and we're not necessarily going to agree on anything. And I've heard that up here too. We're figuring this out. This is the very beginning of a global movement. This is going to get harder before it gets easier. And so let's keep those discussions going. Please fill out your handouts. Please write down your assets and your needs on here. So the conversations when we break for lunch right now, not yet, but when I tell you. Right?
Yes, sir.
I'd love to hear the discussions, not about, frivolous things, but I'd love to hear the discussions about, hey, I heard that you have this need and I can fill that need for you. Or here, I heard that I have this asset and I can provide that for you. Or here's how we can work more effectively together. We have the table tents somewhere that we're going to put up at lunchtime. Let's go get those out there right now, please, on the tables out there. So you all, when you came in, you saw a list of 11 items, and you said, yeah, I'm passionate about that, and I'm passionate about that. Look for that item that you mentioned, and then sit at that table out there so we can have issues about the 5 issues, which are water, technology, cities, and a couple of other things. So look for that issue and go to that table. So now you'll have a group of all of us who are interested in that specific issue, so we can start targeting our plans and how we can work together at that table more effectively together. Very cool? Thank you. We have a little bit more to go.
Thank you, Greg. Well, my task was to summarize this morning. And I've decided that we all have heard it, and we've heard it from the original people. And so we don't have time for my summary. And I'm between you and lunch. This is a bad situation to be in. And the other part of it is I'm coming back in the afternoon, and I'm going to be between you and the end of this conference. So I'm in a double jeopardy situation here. But I do want to say a couple of things about my activity. And that is, at lunch, we're going to begin to talk about the things that are on the little board, right? And so you're going to group up into areas that you enjoy talking about. And as Greg has said, networking through this whole thing. And I'd like to be sure you understand that lunch is about networking, all right? So we're going to talk about that particular topic, and that's great, but you're really exchanging ideas with people that presumably you don't know. If you do know them, great. Then in the afternoon, we're going to come back, probably in here, with the same groups. And the idea is that we're going to leave here with something concrete. We're going to stop talking, up here at least, and we're going to want you to talk and to write down ideas that are important to you in your organization, okay? Whether that organization is a church, the government, a school, wherever it is, you have a project that you're interested in, okay? I'm going to stop because I could go on forever more, and I haven't even given you my fun fact yet.
Give it to us.
I'll give you one fun fact, okay. The fun fact is that today is my birthday.
Happy birthday!
So I'm sure Greg, he didn't know this at all. And now here's the second part of this fun fact. I am in my birth city. I live in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm the one who came here, yada, yada. And I was born in Huntington Hospital, just down the street. By the way, also climate related, I have a picture from when I lived here, the first 11 years of my life. My grandmother called it the smoke. My aunt said if you could see the house across the street, it was a clear day. All right? My parents decided to move away from Los Angeles when I was 11 years old. We moved over the mountain to Las Vegas. There they had clean air for a while. So there's my fun facts. I used to live here, I was born here, and I'm back celebrating my birthday.
Okay, take a look at your watch. We're going to ask you to eat relatively quickly. It's about 5 till 1 right now. We need you back in this room. Lunch is right outside here. We need you back in this room at 1:35. Okay, ready? Go. Okay, so this is the last panel discussion of the day. You probably noticed that we were very late starting, and so we're going to cut our second, my panel, the third panel, a little bit short. And then the Equal Act Us program that Mark will lead will also be a little short. And the project planning that we've been talking about all day will take place at 3 o'clock in the next room over here. So we need to vacate this room so that the staff can come in and clean this up. Those of you who want to engage in the project plan to meet with folks at your table and plan to be more effective together, we'll need to do that outside in the cafeteria where you just ate, okay? Sound cool? How's that for being adaptive? How about a round of applause for me? A little louder, come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, that's it. All right, so here we go. Our two guys on Zoom? Yes? Yes? Okay, good deal. Here they are, good deal.
I need a little monitor over here.
Oh, I know, right? So how cool is this? It blew my mind that people wanted to fly in here from New York, from Alabama, from Fort Worth, from Atlanta, and drive in from Arizona and Colorado. And I said, wow, this is pretty cool. What is attracting all these people? And of course it was their passion for climate and our ability to talk about being kindred spirits and working more effectively together. So this last panel that we pulled together is on exponential thinking, which is a particular passion of mine. I would say if I had to choose which I'm more passionate about, the environment or designing the future, it's designing the future. That's where I live and think all the time. And my wife says, where are you, Greg? Well, I'm in the future, planning a better future. I mentioned 4 years ago I quit my job and had to think through, okay, where's the money going to be? And of course, David Miller is providing the money, and all these impact investors have all the money. And we have the best practices from people like Alexandra and Angela and Leonard and all these other folks who are already doing best practices, Bill Kelly as well in South Pass. So we have those two. The last question in my mind was, how are we going to speed and scale solutions because we only have about 9 years left before irreversible damage? And my answer is exponential technologies and exponential business models. Talk to me more if you want to learn about an exponential organizations model. I'm a consultant in that area, so full disclosure, I consult in that area, but I think it's the missing ingredient as to how we save the planet for humanity. Thank you. So let me just read these because I don't want to make anything up here. So there's little time to reverse the tide on global warming. We all know that. Denying climate science for decades has kind of given us this false sense of security that we're now waking up from, and actually it's being ripped away from us by newspapers, social media all the time. Climate emergency is in the news every day now. And we know that business as usual is not going to cut it. We need to do something way different. We need to invent the future that we want, disrupt our way of thinking, and then make sure that we don't go at it alone, because none of us can do this alone. So exponential technologies like 5G, AI, VR, 3D printing, and there's about 20 more technologies that are disrupting society. We need to use those, and at the same time not get sucked into technologies to the extent that we're 24/7 watching cat videos and TikTok videos and all this other stuff, because you know that social media is using distraction as a business model now. Right? Used to be when YouTube first came on, you could click on a video and then it would just sit there and do nothing and wait for you to click on another one. Now they'll just feed you video after video trying to suck your attention away, because that's how they make money. As long as you're watching their screen, they can sell advertising. What we need to distract ourselves back to focus on our priorities, which is family, water, food, clothing, and beating climate change. So we need to distract ourselves back, and that means we need to be mindful. So at the same time as we speed up to use all these new technologies, we also have to slow down using mindfulness and meditation so that we can not be stressed out, so that we can be calm and defeat the climate emergency. And we have a very interesting panel. So you'll remember Alexandra Sokol is with us today, Chief Sustainability Strategist for Envirodynamics, Commissioner in the City of South Pasadena on the Commission of Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment. She knows a lot about a lot of things, and she puts all this to practice, making communities stronger. So we have her back on our panel today. Our first two-timer, our first repeater. So smart, we had to have her back.
Yikes.
But we also have two gentlemen zooming in from outside. We have Doug Hohulin. No, don't change that screen yet. We have Doug Hohulin, who is into the metaverse. Raise your hand if you do not understand what the metaverse is. Okay, everybody, right? he'll try to explain that to you. My understanding, and it's probably not accurate, my understanding is the metaverse is the internet that we have now, but with VR goggles on. So you'd be going into the internet and experiencing it in kind of a 3D way, right? How cool is that, right? So now I still have, anybody have a 5G phone on them? Yeah, some of you have 3G phones. I think the phone I have is just G, right? So it's pretty slow. and so Doug works in 5G technologies and 6G technologies and 10G technologies. 10G, I didn't even know that was even out there, right? It's a thing. So Doug is about the metaverse, those technologies, digital health, intelligent transportation, technology, and innovation, and he's an innovation advisor in all of those areas. And Doug is zooming in from Kansas City. He's been a panelist on our prior conversations that we've held. If you're on LinkedIn, go back to my last feed on LinkedIn where we actually showed a video podcast that he's on. It's a fascinating topic that and he'll tell you. So also, I think I've known Doug maybe 3 or 4 years now. He's a great guy. Also zooming in from Brazil, right? Check it out. What time is it in Brazil? Anybody know? Yeah, it's like 6 hours. It's nighttime over there. Anyway, Eduardo Neves is a consultant. His focus is on customer experience design, and he's a specialist in that area. I'll let him tell you a little bit more about that, but he's all about helping understand where people are coming from so that he can design solutions for them instead of just saying, oh yeah, you got to be an environmentalist and here's how to do it. So these folks are going to kind of bring us back down to reality here. Alexandra, when I first met her, we thought a 15-minute orientation call turned into a 2-hour call. We talked about everything, and I'm sure we're going to have more of those in our future. But let me just welcome, and please help me welcome our panelists. We can put them up there now.
Hi, guys.
What's up, guys? Okay, similar to our prior panels, I'm going to give you 3 or 4 or 5 minutes to introduce yourselves and your passion for the environment and kind of just talk about what you do. And then we'll have you interact to see how you guys might be able to work with each other more effectively. And we'll take about 15 minutes to do that. And then we'll open it up to discussion with the room here too and see if they have questions for you or see if they've learned enough from you to say, hey, you and I can work more effectively together in the future, okay? So let's turn it over to Eduardo first. Can you introduce yourself, please, Eduardo?
Yeah, sure. Hey guys, I don't know, good afternoon for you, good morning, whatever. Here is 6 p.m. So it's a Saturday. I'm supposed to be taking a beer, but I'm taking just a regular Coke. And thank you so much to have me here. I'm Eduardo Neves. I'm from Brazil, and I mostly work with customer experience. And I use this knowledge on customer experience to tell my customers how they can create experiences that can attract, convert, and charm their customers to begin trying to make them understand what the customers want. And then I use this knowledge on some pro bono stuff and helping mostly cities to understand what the citizens want. And then to bring solutions and to build solutions that can put together people, process, and technology to make things that really matter for, at the end of the day, the only people that's interested in that, which is who lives in the city. And I'm really glad to be here and hope I can share some of my knowledge of this discussion and open to any question. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I think,
go ahead, Eduardo. Okay, I'm going to assume you're done. So the reason I asked Eduardo to come here is that when he and I were discussing working together, he told me an example of how he worked with some people who were living in poverty, as well as some very wealthy individuals who were on a soccer team that is in his city. And then he invited some of this city people as well, city staff members, to come together to create a better community together. So I thought, how pertinent is this? That's what we have here, right? We have city people, we have some folks who are wealthy, we have some folks who are not. And we have to come together from those disparate backgrounds with maybe different perspectives on how to approach things. This guy's got the experience to do it. So that's why Eduardo's here. Doug, would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Doug Hohulin. I worked at Motorola and Nokia for 33 years, building out cellular telephone systems around the world. For the last 22 years, I was working at the Sprint account, working on business development and strategy, going from 2G all the way to 5G, and then started working on some 6G technology. Then at the end of last year, I switched over. I'm now at the KU School of Nursing, working on immersive distance learning technology, and also working on some projects in telemedicine using HoloLens 2 to provide the best breast cancer care everywhere. We actually competed for a couple prizes with the Cable Labs. They had a Cable Labs 10G challenge where they're going to get 8 to 10 gigabits of data speeds to an individual user, and that's why they're calling it 10G. So the cellular guys are calling it 5G, going to 6G. The cable guys are calling it a 10G, which is DOCSIS 4.0. But my passion is communication, but also making meaningful connections. And I believe what's happening today is there's meaningful connections happening. And my rule of thumb is if you're spending time in a meeting and you haven't made a meaningful connection and had a meaningful impact, you're wasting your time. So, being a lifelong learner. So I'm helping nursing students. The goal is to go from 140 nursing students in a program to 1,000 is our goal with this technology. Like we won first place in the Learn category through the Cable Labs Challenge and was just awarded. And so these are the things, but I'm also, Greg and I share a passion. We're both exponential thinkers. I was part of Peter Diamandis' Abundance Digital Group for about 3 or 4 years, and looking at how do we have an abundance for all. So I'm very passionate about being sustainable. I'm part of the People-Centered Internet group that Vince Cert, who's the founder, inventor of TCP/IP, that's coming up on this 50-year anniversary. And how to make a people-centered internet. I'm focused on then the metaverse, which is basically the spatializing the internet. We're spatialized, humans are spatialized creatures. So how do we spatialize this internet to be more enjoyable, more interesting, and so that we don't have to travel if we don't want to. And don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting we just lock down and never leave our houses. But if we can cut our carbon footprint by 50%, especially in the West, we're doing a great job. So that would be my recommendation, and looking forward to this panel.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Doug. And that's amazing. I hope you heard that last statistic that he said, if we can cut our travel, we can cut our GHGs by 50%. And not only is that, we're all used to Zoom now. Zoom is not the same experience as being there, right? But using these new technologies, it will be, check this out, it will be imperceptible if you use the new metaverse to be in a different room or to travel to Bali. You won't be able to tell the difference if you were actually there or if you went via the metaverse, right? Hard to wrap your head around that? Okay, so we have some deniers in the room. No worries. Okay, Mark, where's Mark? Mark was talking about, right, Mark's a medical doctor. I said, Greg, but, what about sex? I mean, how are they going to simulate that? And I said, okay, I don't know how that's going to happen. But so maybe that's the one thing that's not going to be exactly the same. So let's not go there.
Just headed for a Star Trek holodeck.
Yeah, something like that. So anyway, this is a fascinating discussion. We're going to take you out into exponential thinking a little bit, but please let me remind all of our panelists that we need to bring the conversation back down to reality such that our people in our audience can say, that's a very cool idea. Let me go and write that down in the plan I'm going to write with my new buddies here in a minute. Or let me take that back to my work or to my passion at what I'm doing at home and use that today. So let's remind them and help them to do that because it can get a little lofty. So Alexandra, would you like to introduce yourself in about a minute, since we know you already? And then specifically, what is your experience with exponential thinking and technologies?
So, I'm going to introduce myself a little differently here. I am a member of the Millennium Project, which was started by Jerome Glenn at the UN, and it's the precursor to the SDGs. It was originally the 15 Global Challenges. We have research nodes all over the world. We work together. We're futurists. We put out a report that is both factual, data-based. It's mostly, I'm probably one of the few non-university professors and PhDs in the group. But it goes to, future extrapolation is a really big part of how we come up with the best solutions. And it's something that we need to add to how we think about not band-aiding a solution, but in looking at the future. I'm also very much involved in what I call connected localization. So in a way, though I tend to be a little bit of a hole poker, and I'm here for an interesting kind of dynamic, I grew up partially with a very famous architect named Paolo Soleri, and what Paolo did is Paolo came up with what he called the Mile High City, which is now Arcology. You can look that up on Google. But basically the idea was to save the environment around us. If we build up and we build linearly differently, and we build connected pods, we will have a better way to sustain human interaction with the environment. So that's a lot of my philosophy, is connected localization. I also look at technology is a double-edged sword, but it's a fantastic way for us to be localized, to microgrid things. But we also have to really balance in life. And I think that's what we talked about the other day, was balancing humanity, balancing community with technology. That also is a big leap in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And I was in the tech industry for 14 years, so I've come kind of circular.
Right, so thank you very much, all of our panelists. So when I first heard that there was $61 trillion available for climate solutions, it just kind of exploded my head. $61 trillion, I mean, that's a crazy amount of money. And the UN just told us that all these asset managers have all the money to solve all the world's climate challenges over 3 decades, right? We have the money. In the Paris Agreement, we know what to do. The question is, how do we get that money into the hands of people who will use it effectively?
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is about. We need to hold this discussion over and over and over again until you talk to David Miller and people like him, asset managers, and say, here's my great idea, how can you fund me? And if we're not particularly attuned to his needs, then we need to attune ourselves to his needs, because we need to work together across whatever different barriers and boundaries that we found in this room. And the bottom line is, we're going to explode your head again here, because I think what we're suggesting is technology is a way to be more human than being human. Does that make sense? We can use technology to reach around the world without flying there in an experience that's indistinguishable from actually being there. And how cool is that going to be? Right? So let's ask some questions here. So how have you adapted your work and lifestyle due to the climate threat, the climate crisis? Eduardo, you want to take that on first?
Yeah, sure. I think the first thing is, sorry, is using a lot of technology like Zoom, like Miro, and some tools that I can deliver several services from my home. That's for example. But one thing that concerns me, it's I was expecting that after the pandemic, people could change the mindset on work on that. And at least in my country, which we have a president, God help us until the end of the month, because we have elections, but just like Trump, that do not believe in climate change. And people are really coming back to the old fashion, like they want you to go there, they want you to move, they want everybody to go back to the office and so on. And that concerns me a lot, because we have the technology. We're supposed to have the mindset which we had when we need to, we must to, but a lot of companies are not willing to make the change. But for me, at least with my customers, I'm trying to push them to try to decrease the footprint and try to do a lot of things online. That's the first thing. The second one is try to keep things online, is just to not print a lot of things and to not to be so 90s and try to be more 2022. But again, I think it's something that is still a challenge, and I don't think that the pandemic changed it a lot. So I think, as we discussed, I think 2 days ago, I think it's again a matter of mindset. Like people begin still think like they used to before the pandemic, and we have 2 years to rethink our way to deal with the environment. And looks like a lot of people just don't care about that.
Yeah, we've reverted. I mean, it's an amazing thing, I thought first. How are we ever going to change our lifestyles such that we can reverse global warming? There's no way we're ever going to change that much. And then the pandemic hit and the freeways were clear, right? And people started zooming everywhere without having to commute to work. And there's dramatic change, and it happened overnight. But what happened now? We're going back to the old ways. Instead of these new ways that were less impactful on reducing GHGs, we're going back to the other way. So, unfortunate.
So I think we need to marry the two, and it's kind of interesting. So I just opened a dialogue with an old friend of mine who, Mitropoulos, who created the original video conferencing for MIT. And one of the things we originally talked about was we're almost where many of us 20, 30 years ago thought we might be. So if we connect the localization, so say we microgrid not just energy, because everybody's used to thinking about microgridded energy, but now we look at bringing food source, waste management, water security, technology connectedness within a community, and we create connected communities. Because what I'm seeing as this rebound effect from, we've all been housebound. Mm-hmm. But interestingly, what happened is we also became local community, walk in our community, podded, right? Mm-hmm. If we take that to the next level, practically, and we now say, okay, people are human beings, they want to connect. And while we are busy connecting globally through this wonderful mechanism that we have right now, we're also strangely cut off. It can be isolating as well. And so the rebound effect is that human beings want physical touch, connection, and communication. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting in this room today, right? So I think what we really need, in practically speaking, to move the dial forward on all fronts, is to understand where we come from as human beings in an anthropological way, to also know that we are connected. So the beauty of 5G, the beauty of the metaverse will be to have more close interaction, but we still also need to have the human-to-human contact. Yeah. I think if we try to do one or the other, we're missing the mark. Yeah. I think how we blend this together is a unique opportunity that we're working on a number of projects that are trying to do that.
I think you're right, and I think what we have in this room here, and we've heard it when Brian was asking you, how do you feel, and like that, because we come together around this shared interest of the environment. You know, there's an immediate connection, and when you share your dream with somebody about the environment, and they just embrace it because that's their dream as well, right? I mean, so correct me if I'm wrong. We still have societal barriers in this room, but not to the extent as out there where people don't know each other and they drive by each other and maybe they cut you off on the freeway and you give them a sign. It's not a peace sign, but to some extent we don't have that in this room. Is this the kind of community that you're talking about in this intimate connection?
I think it's even a little beyond that, because we also have to worry about being clannishness, right? So we don't want to go in reverse, as it were, and become clannishness. But I think it's sorry. Not sure what that is.
Yeah, we're triggering meditation. It's like
We're in a meeting here. Hello.
Okay. So I think what I'm saying is that now I know in my community everybody was out walking during COVID, and suddenly neighbors started to get to know each other.
Yeah.
And we were all very diverse. I think we do have to be cognizant of the fact that we're in a community right now in this room
Right.
that are like-minded, mostly like-minded thinkers, or
Right.
we wouldn't be here. The rest of, it's much like California is leading in a lot of ways, but when you go into the South, you go into Florida, you go into different countries, like what Eduardo was saying, there's a different scenario in Brazil than there is in the United States, and from state to state, we have differences.
Yeah.
So, but I think that we tend to pod as human beings in neighborhoods, and if neighborhoods can be both connected and localized
Yeah.
in our services. I mean, I go back to something we talked about, which is, I always go back to when I'm finding solutions. I love the internet. I'm a tech head. I was in it. I was there at the beginning of mobile phones, and at the same time, I've been very cognizant of rolling blackouts lately in Santa Monica and LA, and the fact that sometimes we have no TV, we have no internet, we have no electricity for days at a time, and in a disaster scenario. And that's part of it too, is I work a lot in disaster impact solutions. In a disaster scenario, like my sister just went through the hurricane in Florida, they're cut off for days. You need a generator. We have forgotten how to live without the technology. Somehow we need to do both.
Yeah. So it's interesting, right? How we need to do both and. This is not an either or question, it's
No,
both
no,
and.
no.
We don't need
It's a marriage.
one solution to solve the climate emergency. We have a lot. I would like to suggest, though, that Community 2.0 is trying to be the convener and the reconvener of this kind of audience, so that if you want to sustain this community, join me, let's do this and let's grow this. That's what's important. And kind of like you probably have heard of the Rotary Club and how they're international, right? You fly to Taiwan and there's a Rotary Club there, and all of a sudden they have the same badge and you're cool. Something similar to that, we want to have Community 2.0's communities around the world, or link with other communities around the world that have similar interests. So when you go there, you'll feel welcome and warm. So let's take it back out to Doug and to Eduardo. Tell us about your experience with technology and how it helps you to build community. Doug, why don't you take that first?
Yeah, I'm part of a book club, and we talk about being hyper-local and hyper-global. And likewise, during the pandemic, I got to walk a lot in my neighborhood, and I've lived in a villa. And so being able to interact with, my neighbors and and just like this interaction here, where you come together because we are physical creatures, we need to meet physically. So that's the hyper-local aspect of it. But then how do we use communication technology so we don't have to transport as much, so we can minimize our greenhouse gas emissions? And so that's where I'm focusing on. Like, we're working on distance learning projects for the nursing students, so that we can grow the number of nursing students with immersive technology, but also where they don't have to travel 8 hours or to a school, or they have to move from where they're at currently to the big city, right? So from a rural perspective. Also in telemedicine, where people can be an hour away. Well, even if they're in the urban environment, maybe that they have to take bus transportation, and it could take an hour or even longer in the city to get to the doctor's office, or they don't even have public transportation options. So again, these are ways that we're looking at how to do telemedicine, distance learning. And again, there's times where you have to be there in person, right? The physical touch is so important. And so think of this hyper-local, hyper-global mentality it's a balance between the two. Right now, 27% of greenhouse gas emissions is from transportation. In 2020, we went down a ton of CO2 gas emissions. A gigaton of CO2 gas emissions. But unfortunately, in 2021, we went back up, basically a half a gigaton by transportation. So we have to have a mindset. So what I would encourage for those who are in management and cities, to come up with a telepresence mindset to reduce your carbon footprint. And the other challenge I would give is for those of you who are employees, don't think, well, now that I'm working from home, I can kind of slough off. I mean, what we need to do is step it up and say, hey, we're so much more productive when we do distance communication, work from home. Our management will love us because we are so much more productive. So it's a balance, and that's my call to action.
Very cool. So,
Yeah, so right.
Yeah, so what he said was that using exponential technologies expands our reach, right? People can have access. You might have seen Harvard, MIT, folks like that are offering courses online for free, right? This is crazy. You can be in Ethiopia or you can be in Fort Worth, and you can tap into the same course here. And accessibility is just expanded on this huge scale. Billions of people, and he said that his nursing program is going from 100 to 1,000. That's a 10 times increase, right? This is an exponential growth curve that we can experience using technology, and that's the kind of thing that we need. If we could take this 50 people or however many people in the room right now and grow that exponentially to next time we have, in 6 months we have 500 people, and then 1,000 people, and then 2,000. I mean, how cool is that? That's the kind of movement that we need, that technology can help us experience. Eduardo, chime in here, buddy. How have you used technology to build community?
Well, I can tell you that we're using something which is very popular here. It's WhatsApp. So I'm in several groups in WhatsApp that we connect people, especially small business, and try to share the knowledge on how to use technology to not to be exponential, but to grow, at least at the first step. And one thing that I work a lot with them is how to change the mindset, how to not think about scarcity, but think about abundancy. And perhaps this is the biggest challenge, is to change people's mindset and think that together we can do a lot of things. And that's where technology can play a very big role. If you use things which are almost free or free like Google Docs and things like that, we can contribute, we can make things together, and we can make those things from home. That's the big stuff that, in my opinion. And it's not only about do not move between countries, between cities, but also to do not spend a lot of energy at a lot of people can share the knowledge and share the effort, so we can do a lot of things in a more like a swarm. It's like a lot of people doing a lot of things, a lot of small things that can build something great, and technology play a big role on that.
Love it, love it. So, last question, and Doug, let me apologize, Doug. We were going to show some slides, but we were running so late that we had to cut those out.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, and so we've talked about the benefits of technology. Let's talk about the downside. How do you stay grounded and don't live in the 10G all the time or 6G, and don't live on social media all the time? How do we stay grounded such that we can make mindful decisions? Because I hope we can all understand here that it's been mindless decisions that have gotten us into this situation, right? Mindless pursuit of profit, polluting the earth, the waterways, creating too much stress in our lives. All that has been a mindless pursuit. We need to be more mindful. So how do you stay grounded? How do you stay mindful? Even though you guys are kind of, techie guys. Doug, why don't you answer that one first?
Yeah, so in your earlier career, you tried to build wealth, right? Now it's building for impact, right? How can I impact so I can minimize my carbon footprint, so I can have a more sustainable world? So that's one thing, is have a impact focus as opposed to a wealth focus. I think as an individual, I think that's important to consider as well. The other one, and I go back to that first comment, I would say, is meaningful connections. Whether you're in the physical world, connecting, interacting with people, or in the digital world, if you're not making a meaningful connection, if all you're doing is swiping and just looking at videos, TikTok videos or not, and you're not really engaging someone, a human being, and you're not making those meaningful connections, you're missing what the basics of humanity is all about. So I'd encourage you all here in this room, that you're in the room, make meaningful connections. And I reached out to a few of you who, I thought you were very interested in some of your presentations. So if you, connect with people, LinkedIn's a great example, and make meaningful connections. And that's my call to action.
Love it. Thanks, Doug. Okay, so Eduardo, how do you stay grounded even though you're a techie guy?
I think, Doug, you said something really good. I just saw a video from Gary Vee about TikTok, And the guy who was talking to him was some kind of VC that asked about, hey, how people can learn something on TikTok. And he said, no, people cannot learn anything in 30 seconds, whatever, but you can put a call to action. And perhaps it's something that we all can do is to use this new social media to connect with the youth, to connect with everybody, and make a CTA, a call to action, and where you need to go to connect, where you need to go to be with your community, where you need to go to stay with people that you can learn with, you can build something with. And I think it's a mix of what you said and what Alexandra said. We need to use this technology to show people where to connect, where to be offline, and to discuss and to engage and to, I don't know, to eat together, to make things that are meaningful. Because at the end of the day, we are social beings, and that's something that we cannot deny. But we can use technology to put people together, at least as a path, at least as a way to show where they need to go.
Very cool. Okay. Alexandra, 1 minute.
Okay, oh goodness, okay. I did forget to mention one thing that I think is pertinent, which is a positive, and that is that in EnviroDynamics, we run a virtual company. We have no brick and mortar. And in fact, until today, I have worked with Leonard Robinson for, what now, almost a year? Yeah, almost a year. This is the first time we're meeting in person. So, but to answer your question.
He's more handsome in person, don't you think?
Yeah. It's bionic. To answer your question, again, it's a matter of balance. And I think that I applaud schools that are reconnecting children to where the food grows from. Gardening, I know it's going to sound really funny, but reconnecting with nature is something we really need to do. We need to recognize that this amazing tool that is the internet, that is the virtual world, is our dream time. And like our dreams, it's a part of us. At the same time, it's a tool. And if we don't consciously use that tool, I think that's where the negative impact happens. So I think it is learning to some degree, that it is learning to discern the tool from the, kind of like money, right? It is the thing we use, not the thing that uses us.
Like that.
Okay? And I think that's a big piece of how we start to put this together. We can use technology in amazing ways. We can put up solar trees in a community that is an underserved community, and maybe we don't need to put in solar panels on a roof that doesn't work. There are many solutions that we have not used that have been used in other places. I think the internet connects us with best tools to use from place to place. And I think it's really, we're going to have to change how we educate people to think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the reversal from not driving to driving again, right? Just our old mindset that, yeah, that's okay, or going to work. My wife's about ready to quit her job because they wanted her to go to work 2 days a week. But that's true, right? We found a better way to work, and yet our employers want to take us back to always say, screw that, I'm not doing that. So we need to find a way to find those better practices and then employ them and incorporate them as new habits. So what we heard today was that we can use technology to increase our ability to our focus, shift our focus from impact, from wealth to impact. We want to seek more meaning in life. We can use technology as a call to action, but we also have to have that balance so we keep it in perspective and we use technology instead of technology using us. I would like to encourage you again to join Community 2.0 and work with us, because we think you guys in this room want to have significant lives. And this is a place where you can come where significance is expected and nurtured and supported. We want you to reach your full potential to help the climate emergency at the same time. Okay. So very cool.
Thank you.
Let me invite up Mark. Mark, did we introduce you formally? I've already said multiple times you're an MD, nuclear engineer, body. So smart guy. Take over, buddy. Thanks very much to our panelists, Eduardo, where are you? And Doug, and Alexandra.
Thank you, Greg. My number one item on my previous talk was to say, I think we should give Greg a round of applause for putting this together. And also for all the people who, they typically don't get recognized, but the staff, all the technicians, all this stuff, right? Thank you all so much. Now, what I'm going to start out with is kind of an odd thing probably, but a quote from Winston Churchill, and he said, "To improve is to change. To be perfect is to change often." And the way I kind of look at this is that change towards perfection is an iterative process, and we need to allow time for that process to occur. These things that we're talking about today are complex problems. We're not going to solve this today, tomorrow, next week, probably not in the next decade, but we have to focus on the future. Somebody said it earlier, focus and move towards a solution ultimately. What I'm going to be talking about today is a program called EcoActus. And this was a term that evolved from one you might have heard of before called Climate Boot Camp. This was a group that came together of the Harvard alumni for climate and the environment and the Climate Reality Project, Vice President Gore's project. Those two groups came together to produce an evolutionary model for organizational change. So individuals who are everybody is a part of some organization. Our idea was, once you understand this problem, this climate change problem, you have to be asking the next question, what do I do? And it is so important to understand that while we as individuals can all do something, I refuse the plastic straws at Starbucks. I don't know if they even do those here, but they do in Texas. I can do all of that, but that doesn't really result in huge differences. But if I get together with my organization of 1,000 people, 2,000 people, we have one guy in the EcoActus team, he works for Johnson Controls, a company of some 70,000 people, and they all begin to work in the same direction. Now, that organization plus organization number 2, number 3, number 4, we really start to move the needle, right? We only have, somebody said 9 years left to move this needle. I mean, we got to get on the stick, guys. 100 months, yeah, there you go. So we got to really put the pedal to the metal here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about EcoActus and how you can use it yourself to engage organizational change. Engage organizational change. There is a lot on climate change. That is the topic of the day. But the tool also provides you a mechanism for understanding how to make organizations change. How do you put together the team that will instill change in an organization? You have a great idea. Now, how do you sell it to management, to the rest of the staff, et cetera? That is your challenge, and that's what EcoActus is here to help you do. Just to make sure we're all on the same page, right? This is our problem. Global temperatures are going up since about 1950, the end of World War II approximately. We're going up at a rapid rate. This is unsustainable. Oh, so go back. This is a graph of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, so one greenhouse gas. And this one ends at 2020 at 420, I guess, whatever it is there. And yet last year it was 421, highest ever recorded. In fact, the highest recorded in the last 2.5 million years, all right? At 2.5 million years ago, by the way, the ocean was, what was it? 20 meters higher than it is today. 60 feet higher than it is today. So go around LA and figure out where's the 60-meter mark, or 20-meter mark, right? That's kind of where the current carbon dioxide levels would land us if we play this out over time. It takes time for geologic processes to occur, which is why we're not already underwater. We really have to get a handle on doing this and improving it. By the way, if all the ice melts, the sea level goes up 230 feet, 70 meters. I live just above that mark in Fort Worth. I'm going to become a beach town. So I won't have to fly to LA to go to the beach. Here it is, 162 million tons a day of greenhouse gases. I think you've probably already seen this thing. So obviously I'm trying to underscore the why that we're here and what we're trying to accomplish. I'm presuming that everybody knows this, and I don't have to go through the other 500 slides that Vice President Gore goes through. And the other 50 that I do, and I normally present this to students at the university level who don't know anything about this. We have not done a real good job of communicating to the public about what the problem is even. So no surprise they're not terribly energized to solve the problem. They don't even know there is a problem. But the UN and the WHO all said we were facing an unprecedented problem. The magnitude is off the scale, and these impacts, and we only have a few years, right? Not even a decade to solve this. Here's one last slide. Here's the current uninhabitable zones in the world, and by 2070, the ones in the hash are there. Almost all of equatorial Africa, most of the Indian subcontinent, Southeast Asia, almost all of equatorial South America. This is a really gloomy picture, if you ask me. It's very depressing. There's a lot of people live here. And I will point out one thing on this graph. If you look at this, the color coding is key. Because if you're in one of those areas that's going to become uninhabitable or is already uninhabitable, okay, which direction will you walk to escape your problem? Is there any question in anybody's mind about why people are moving northward?
Question about that.
Yeah.
The light beige, if you go back to the sort of beige color is all of the American South. What is that? Is that uninhabitable or is that difficult? Or?
Yeah, it's just warmer. All right, the bluer the color, the cooler it is on average. The hash is by 2070, and the dark black are the current uninhabitable.
It is in a heat area that by 2050 is supposed to have, I think I'm getting this right, 100 days a year of 95-degree plus temperatures.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder, is that?
Well, mind you, what this refers to is an interesting point. This is where you cannot, in the black ones right now, you cannot be outside for more than about 2 hours before temperature and humidity kill you, okay? Or put you in the hospital, whatever. Now, for those of us in here, we're living in air conditioning, doesn't even apply because we just go inside. Doesn't apply to us. But the people who have to work outside, or the people in a community that doesn't have easy access to air conditioning, or most of the world that doesn't have easy access to air conditioning inside, even fans are not available, they're in a heap of trouble, and they're already moving northwards. Okay.
Mark, what is the criteria for uninhabitable? How is that?
2 hours outside.
Is it a temperature level or?
It's a complex thing between humidity and temperature, the heat index. Or wet bulb temperature. Well, that's a good point. You're right. If we just burn up all the coal and fuel, I mean, the more it's a positive feedback loop, right? The more we air condition things, the more greenhouse gases we produce.
And once we use solar.
Yeah, of course, we need to do other things. Yeah.
When we use biomimicry in regard to the structures of the buildings, they use less energy. They keep the heat out and the coolness in, or vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what we're starting to do in science right now, having a lot of biomimicry.
I love that. I am currently involved in a building project in Arlington, Texas, which is just a few miles from my house. Is a bedroom community. It's mid-cities between two large cities. And this office building, the fellow who's building it said he wanted to do a sustainable building. And so they started from day one with the architect designing good insulation, certain kinds of structures on the windows, reflective glass. There are all sorts of things that go into sustainability. And so it's a really important point. You have to build the entire structure around sustainability. You can't just come on at the end and slap on some solar panels and go, okay, we're done with that deal. No, that doesn't really work.
They use this idea of termites bounds, and that allowed it to be able to use hardly any energy for a big mall in Africa with these extremes in temperature in Africa.
Fantastic.
I have a program that we designed and put on Humanity Rising.
Perfect. Yes, please.
So are we talking about okay, so I have a question here. Are we talking about sustainability as sustainability of the Western culture? Is that what we're really concerned about? Or are we talking about sustainability of people in general? Because the secular climate and things have changed throughout the years. It's been sustainable with heat, high humidity involved before. So that's my question. When we say sustainable, are we talking about Western culture sustainability or just humans?
Well, I'm referring to human sustainability. I'm a physician. I got involved in this because when I had this curious thing, it was like, can we make it to the next decade? Will I even have a job? I mean, and if I put that time frame out 100 years, will there be anybody to take care of? I mean, it's really becoming problematic, isn't it? So for me, the answer to that is all humans. Can we as a species survive this event? This is an existential question, of course, but can we bring our minds to the table and solve this problem like we have for other problems that have faced humanity in the past? This is a big one for sure, but I believe we do have the tools, we have the power to do it, we just need to do it. Which brings me to talk a little bit about the difference between sustainability and regenerative systems, all right? And here's the reason I bring this up. EcoActus was put together by a large group of people. There were a lot of really influential people in the science of climate change and in organizational change. These people came together to create this program. Oh, by the way, before I finish that thought, we never have met in person. The Climate Boot Camp, the EcoActus group, we have never met. We have done all of our work virtually. I just thought of that when Alexandra, I think, mentioned that. And I was like, yeah, we did the same thing. We never traveled to do that. Anyway. So sustainability and regenerative. So we have partners in Europe. And when they were reviewing our curriculum, they said, sorry, you got to strike the word sustainability from your work. We're like, well, wait a minute, that's what we're trying to get across here. We want people to be sustainable. They go, no, you don't get it. That word implies a problem that is okay where it is. You're just going to sustain the current, status quo. And we don't agree with that. So we kind of changed our focus around a little bit and said, we can't take just a US view or a Western view of these issues. We have to say, oh, what are we really trying to do? And I'm getting ahead of myself here, but regenerative cycles are so important. To me, that's where the answer lies. So, and in the West, we kind of equalize sustainability with regenerative cycles. But I would propose to you that you separate them, think about them differently. Oh, so who are we? I think I talked about that. There's 1,000 of us or more that worked on this. We have given this workshop to around 1,300 people. Most people have been very positive about it in our exit surveys. People said, got to do it. my organization is going to go through the entire thing. So I would urge you, I'm trying to prepare you to be able to go to the EcoActus and go through it yourself. It is a self-paced journey of acquiring knowledge, partially in the science of climate change, but mostly in organizational change. Obviously, you want to understand the causation. I think that's better done through Climate Reality, frankly. They do a great job of telling you what the problem is. And you go through, if you want to do the training like I've done, you get one of these little green buttons. You can learn all about it and have the 1,000-slide deck or whatever it is that you could draw from it, which is where I got those slides earlier from. Activate individuals who can activate their organizations. That's how we get this thing done. Obviously, from knowledge comes action. So EcoActus has this introductory session, which we're doing today. Hopefully you'll learn enough to want to continue on your own. We have 5 sessions in the training. I'll review them in just a second as I go through this online. And in the session number 2, there are 6 tracks which deal with specific elements of, it's sort of like this over here on the League of Women's Voters. I love it. Very specific things. Transportation. So if you're keen on knowing how to get your organization to change their transportation mindset, you'll want to watch that whole track. If you're interested in the built environment, if you're an architect, you want to watch the built environment, food and ecosystems, and so on and so forth. There's a small group action session. These are so valuable. The first one will be next Saturday. And I will publish for you the Zoom link to do that. We do them by Zoom. And we invite everybody who come. Anybody who's ever taken the course can come and come to one of those classes. And then we do a closing session the following Saturday. So we do them on Saturdays. The fun thing about that is that we will have people from, hopefully people in this room, but we will also probably have people from all over the world. And I find this the most interesting part of all. When the people who would be in this room, if they could be here, who live in Nigeria or Brazil or wherever, when they bring their perspective to the problem, you realize that they have a whole different thing to solve. But it's all focused in the same direction. We all have to try to solve the climate crisis. The small group sections work on networking, of course, that's very important. Questions, and then to help you develop your own action plan. So if you're trying to develop an action plan, you really need to do it with other people. Hopefully you're in an organization, you're meeting regularly, you're already having some of this activity going on, but maybe you need a kickstart, whatever. I would always urge you to get with your local group. The same people who are working to solve this problem, put them in the same room. Yes?
That's the question I was going to ask. So is this divided into chapters like the Climate Reality Project? Is the model the same?
I mean, it's similar. Let me get to the online, you'll see. All right, so when you go to ecoactus.org, that's the home page that you're seeing in front of you right now, ecoactus.org. By the way, EcoActus, nobody in this room knows what that means. I should tell you, of course, and of course it's on the website. Ecology Action for Us. And I mean by us, it means us in the room, but also every one of us, meaning all the humanity, all of the animal life, all the plant life, everybody, right? So it's important that we include everything in EcoActus. It's an outgrowth from Climate Boot Camp. We put that in as a reminder because we couldn't practically re-record all these fantastic speakers and change all the subheaders that said Climate Boot Camp. So be aware that that lingo may still be in there. Of course, like a lot of web pages, you know, there are things to do up here at the top. You can go home, you can look about us, you know, tells you more about the team, the people, the speakers, everybody's bios on there, team speaker and team bios. So you can find out all about these people. You can get their picture even. So maybe you said, gee, I wonder if I ever saw that person. Well, it's all in there. Workshop details. let's just sort of scrolls this page a little bit. What's driving the crisis? You should take this at what will I gain? Here are the speakers. These are the most amazing group of people you'd ever want to meet. I had the great privilege to be on the recording side of Felipe Calderon, the former president of Mexico. His perspective on climate change is worth watching his video, because he talks about why people don't want to do this at an international level, right? And why they should be interested in this at both a national and international level. His perspective is unbelievable. I recommend it to you. There are lots of resources. We curated through thousands of internet sites so that you could have the ones that are really key to you. So look at those resources. And then there's the curriculum if you want to review the detailed curriculum. I'm mindful of the clock because I only have a few minutes left. The small group events are listed in this page on the first page. And here's the first one, October 22nd. That's at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And when this area turns light blue, you could click on that and off you go to a Zoom session, all right? Join us 10 a.m. Eastern Time. That session will be run by Dr. Iho Eje Obe. She lives in London. She is a wonderful facilitator. She has been involved in climate change and all that for years. She's a pediatrician actually during the day, and then she does this all the rest of her life. And she's going to do both of your small group sessions. You will love listening to Dio, excuse me. It looks like Deo, doesn't it? D-A-Y-O, but it's a Dio. Anyway. Eventually, after you go through all of this sort of stuff, and you can go look at the student guide, if you're thinking about doing your own, you can look at the host guide, all sorts of good information in here. I'll just take a brief tour here wait, that's not the one I wanted, sorry. I wanted to take you on the student guide because this one's much more relevant to you. And here, there's all sorts of stuff you can watch. There are personal action templates. I would recommend anybody who's actually trying to make an organization change, download both of those and work through them. The second one is a full-on template for creating an action plan. And if you do it with your organization in mind, you don't get what the consultant would have sent you. You will get something which is actually usable in your organization. That's really important. Here's Michael Lynn. Michael Lynn is on this call, and I don't know if he'll chat with us or not, but he is the founder of this. He is a Harvard grad, Harvard Business School. He's the knowledge, he's all the brains behind this deal. I wish he were here. He's got a second engagement he had to go to for today. So my apologies for not having him here, but watch his video. He introduces this whole topic, how he got involved in climate change and in EcoActus and Climate Bootcamp. A fascinating story. Ultimately, I have 3 minutes to do a 30-minute presentation. So no problems, no stress. When you say enter workbook, I don't know if any of you realize the URL has changed and you have moved to another website. The content for this is in another learning management system called the Story Atlas. And in there we will find the sessions introducing the situation, strategies that work. These, if I click on this, will show us the technical tracks. I mentioned them before, transportation, food and ecosystems, and built environment, energy use, etc. If you have interest in any of these particular areas, read those. But be sure and spend time with the sessions. There are 5 sessions, and each one of them is worth your time. If I looked at one of these, like introducing the situation, they're all designed the same way. There's a video presentation, a lecture, as it were. Then the lecture session is outlined for you, so you know if you want to go see Philippe Calderon. You can find his name there, go to that time frame, and just watch his thing. So that's 15 minutes. Overview, Ecopedia, you can look at all these resources, fun and playlists, all sorts of fun stuff to do here. Big opportunities, extended reading. When you feel really comfortable, take the test and see, did I read anything and retain anything? I mean, I feel like an old student, you know, it's like I read, I listened, I took notes and all that, and then I went to take the test and I was like, oh dear. Try that. And then explore all sorts of stuff. Oops, this was what I was going to show you if I had enough time. I don't have enough time, but I would recommend you go to this one. If there are engineers in the room, and I think there was at least one anyway, feedback loops are so important in this whole thing, as particularly positive feedback loops. In positive feedback loops, something creates something which makes the first thing worse. And so it goes on like this. Every engineering student, I can almost guarantee you, the first day in class, they showed this bridge in Washington, and it got into a windstorm, and it started doing this, and swaying, until it broke itself apart. It's a great analogy for climate change. Once you get into a positive feedback loop, there's almost no way out of it. You have to do something to change that positive feedback loop. If we have the microphone go goofy, right, the only solution is to turn it off, turn it away. You got to change something in a majorly way. So look at this particular one, climate emergency feedback loops. It's great. All right, I have run totally out of time, and I would love to spend a lot more time with you, and I'm going to be able to do that because although we have to be out of this room in 10 minutes, we're going to reconvene in the next room, same group setting, same placards, and what I wanted to have the time to do was for you to go away with something concrete. So you want you to write down for your project, and you can write this at the top of one of these handouts, your name, or no, that's the wrong one. The other one, EcoActus, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Write down your project plan. Give it a name so everybody knows, particularly you, know what your project is that you're dealing with today. And hopefully it relates to the placard and the table you're already sitting at. And then begin to think about the purpose of that project. What is it that you're trying to do? What do you want to accomplish? What are the strengths that you bring to the table, that your organization brings to the table? What are the weaknesses? I'm talking about SWOT. How many people are familiar with SWOT analysis? A good number of people, maybe not everybody. Strength, weaknesses. What weaknesses can I identify? And then what are my opportunities? Mainly my opportunities to solve the threats. So everybody here can think of a threat, that meaning not everybody knows even what we're talking about. So that is a huge threat right there at the very beginning. How do we solve it? What strengths, weaknesses can we bring to the table to solve some of the threats that we see within our organization or within our organization trying to accomplish its goal? If our goal is to make EV stations throughout the entire city, I can list about 10 threats, and I don't even live in this city. Okay, so because all cities are the same, right, in terms of that particular goal. So I leave it with you at that point. I believe that Greg is going to take the stand next. Again, keep your same groups when we leave. If you have the time, stick together. I'll be wandering around. Greg's going to wander around. We'll try to facilitate, answer questions, et cetera, to move you along to take something home. Thank you.
Do we have time for question or comment?
Yeah.
I just want to say what worries me is I feel like we're not focusing enough. I think there is one big problem. We are not getting better. I just looked this up in the last measured year. We increased by 6.8% our use of greenhouse gas emissions. It's not better, it's worse, actually. So we have to do something different. The focus is this is not on. The focus The focus issue. Calderon, this is a perfect example of greenwashing, and I'm a Harvard alum too, so I love
Go
these
for it.
things, but I listen to these people. Calderon in Mexico presided over a major increase in Pemex, and the whole expansion and proposed privatization of Pemex, and it just grew under his leadership. So now he's a climate change activist. There is only one thing we can do to solve this problem. We have to stop using things that create greenhouse gases, which is methane gas and oil and coal. Everything else is just talking. So, whatever you say you want to do, please consider this basic metric. Does it reduce the use of greenhouse gases, or the use of oil in transportation, fossil fuels in transportation, gas in heating and construction and industry, and coal in heating, construction, and industry? If it doesn't do those things, you're just, there's an old Louisiana expression, you're just plaiting my hair. I don't know if you know what that means, but it's just like just messing around with my hair. Maybe you have to be from Louisiana to understand that, but we have to focus, and we also have to stop lying.
Yeah, I agree. Bill Gates has a great analogy which we should all use, and that is a bathtub that's full of water. If we keep the faucet dripping, the bathtub will overflow, okay? The only way you can stop that is to stop putting, in this case, greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. You have to stop. 0 is the right answer. Is there another question? No? Okay, great.
Okay, so thanks for your patience. Let me just apologize for starting late, and so we had to cut the last part of this program short. Those of you who would like to continue and start to write your plan a little bit and have the expertise of me help you with your plan, absolutely. We'd like you to come on over to the next room. If you got to leave, you got to leave. I just wanted to say thanks very much to all of our speakers today, and I don't know. Yeah. I've said it multiple times, but I'm all in. I quit my job, and I'm all in to help save the planet for humanity. I would encourage you to come along with me. If you're scared to think big, hey, I'm scared to think big too. But that's not letting me stop. I'm encouraged by the asset managers. If you think there's not enough money, no, that's not accurate, right? Angela said, send me your proposal, right? There's money in the state of California. There's money among asset managers. We just need to find out how to tap that money. So if you think there's not enough money, that's a bullshit excuse. Don't use that excuse anymore. There is money. If you think we can't speed and scale solutions, we heard very briefly about exponential technologies and how they can do exactly that, and how they're already doing that around the world. We need to be mindful, and we need to stay focused and balanced about this, because the environment is going to get a lot worse. You just saw those slides. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Some folks in the public are going to panic, and those of us who are leaders in this movement need to know how to stay calm. We need to know how to approach this in a mindful yet effective and urgent way. So join us if you want to learn more about all those things. Join Community 2.0. This is the work that we're doing. We have a monthly Eco Town Hall meeting where we can discuss things like this. We have a master class where if you want to learn how to transform your life on an ongoing basis, we can teach you how to do that. We'll have more of these conferences every 6 months, and we'll expand it next time on the similar track to what we talked about today, and then we'll add a healthcare component next time. And I'm not sure what else we're doing, but we're doing other stuff too, right? What else are we? Oh, the plant-covered city. We're going to start, and my goal right now is to mobilize, with Angela's help and Larry Copol's help, between 10 and 20,000 volunteers in the next year to plant native plants and shrubs to sequester carbon along California roadways. So if you're into getting active, and in addition to that, we're doing a local and global media campaign. So we're going to be busy, right? We need your help. If you need somewhere to volunteer, if you want to grow personally and help save the planet for humanity, then that's what we're about. Thanks so much for coming today. We'll see you again in about 6 months. Over there.